Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the San Francisco Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, July 12, 2016. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Thank you, Madam President. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos present. President Breed.
Here.
Breed present. Supervisor Campos.
Present.
Campos present. Supervisor Cohen. Cohen present. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell present. Supervisor Kim. Kim present. Supervisor Marr. Marr not present. Supervisor Peskin.
Present.
Peskin present. Supervisor Tang.
Present.
Tang present. Supervisor Wiener.
Present.
Wiener present. Supervisor Yee. Present. Yee present. Madam President, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, can you please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, are there any communications?
There are no communications to report, Madam President.
All right, colleagues, are there any changes to the June 7, 2016 board meeting minutes or the June 8th Special Budget and Finance Committee meeting minutes? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve those minutes? Motioned by Supervisor Campos, seconded by Supervisor Avalos. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, those meeting minutes will be passed after public comment. Madam Clerk, please read the consent agenda.
Items 1 through 6 comprise the consent agenda. These items are considered routine and will be acted on by a single roll call vote. However, a matter may be removed and considered separately.
Madam Clerk, please pull item number 1. And seeing no names on the roster on items 2 through 6, can you please call the roll?
On items 2 through 6, Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr. Marr not present. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang. Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos. Campos, aye. There are 10 ayes.
Okay, those items are approved unanimously. Madam Clerk, please call item number 1.
Item 1 is an ordinance amending the Environment Code to prohibit the sale of food serviceware and other specified products, including packing materials that are made from polystyrene foam or that are non-recyclable and non-compostable, setting operative dates and affirming the Planning Department's CEQA determination.
On item number 1, President Breed.
Thank you. Colleagues, I severed item number 1 from the consent agenda because I need to make a very minor amendments. In conversation with our city attorney last week, we discovered a small inconsistency that I'd like to fix before we finally pass the legislation. The legislation prohibits people from serving prepared food in polystyrene containers. The definition of prepared food currently says that the food is prepared within the city of San Francisco, but Section 1604F provides an exemption if the prepared food is packaged outside the city and sold in the container it was originally packaged in. Something that by definition is prepared in the city could not be packaged outside the city. So to prevent any confusion when the Department of Environment begins enforcing this, I have some very minor changes to the prepared food definition, which I have distributed. It's page 8, lines 7 through 12. And colleagues, I'd ask for your support. I'd like to move that amendment forward.
So we have a motion by President Breed. Can we have a second? Second by Supervisor Peskin. Colleagues, can we take that motion to amend without objection? Without objection. And on the underlying item, item number 1, can we take that same house, same call? Same house, same call. That item is finally passed unanimously.
Passed on first reading.
First reading. First reading. That's correct. Madam Clerk, can you please call the next item?
Items 7 through 9 were referred without recommendation from the Land Use and Transportation Committee. Item 7 is an ordinance to amend the Planning Code to create the 100% Affordable Housing Bonus Program, to provide for development bonuses, zoning modifications, to establish procedures, and a fee for the review of this type of project, amending the Planning Code to exempt from the height limit specified in the Planning Code and the zoning maps, and affirming the Planning Department's CEQA determination.
Thank you. Supervisor Tang.
Thank you very much, colleagues. So this item is back before us now after the Planning Commission has made a formal determination that this 100% affordable program conforms with our existing general plan since the other general plan amendment was voted down. And so today I just want to reiterate to this body that I really hope we can pass this program out before recess, because we do have the opportunity to create an additional 203 affordable units in the city based on the 7 existing projects that are currently in the pipeline for 100% affordable housing on site. So I know that there are some other amendments that are probably be coming, but I just want to thank you all for your support, and of course acknowledge really the hard work of the Planning Department and our Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development for really listening to our community members and for working with me to make amendments to this to make it, I think, a better piece of legislation. Thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Peskin. We did make it better together. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you, colleagues. This has been an ordinance that I've been watching very, very carefully. I live in a part of San Francisco, like Supervisor Tang's district, District 4 in the Sunset, that has not had a lot of development. I think over the course of the past 15 years, we've probably developed about 100 units altogether. That's very, very few units compared to the rest of San Francisco, or compared to certain parts of San Francisco where we've seen density and heights increase dramatically. And yet I know that in order to rebuild a real stalled commercial corridor, it's going to take greater density to help make that happen. It's going to take greater density to build our transportation infrastructure to be one that's much more efficient and effective for people who live in the southern part of San Francisco. And it's going to require greater density to have enough units to really meet the huge demand that we have in the city and within my own district of working families. So I've also been involved for many years since I first got to office to create a community outreach and community development effort involving leaders in our different community-based organizations and members of our community-based organizations, as well as our neighborhood associations, to create a plan for how we're going to build our commercial corridor out. And part of that is towards building affordable housing. We have 2 sites that now are actually coming into focus in the district based on the work that we've done in this outreach effort. One is at the upper yard of the Balboa Park Muni and BART station. We're going to have about 100 units of fully 100% affordable housing there. There's also going to be another project on Mission Street next to Safeway where France dead ends on Safeway on Mission Street at the Valente site. It's a former funeral home that will be moving to Daly City, and there we'll have another 100 units of affordable housing. In order to maximize the housing that's available and really create the density that's going to change the corridor, I've been in support of this 100% affordable housing density bonus program. I've also been in support. I will be supportive of something that is on the private sector side as well, although I need to see details about what that's going to look like. I live in a part of the city where our commercial corridor is often filled with single-story buildings, and the majority are 2-story buildings all along from, say, Silver and Mission to the Daly City border. That does not allow for the commercial corridor to expand, to actually meet the neighborhood's needs, and it creates a huge amount of congestion in cars because we don't have an area that really works for pedestrians, where people actually come to the commercial corridor as pedestrians. And I want to change all that, and this is a step in that direction. Last year, I also worked to increase the affordable housing bond GO bond that was before the voters last year. The mayor first came out with a $250 million bond. I came out with a $500 million bond, and I wanted to do that because I knew that if we didn't have a larger bond, that most of the revenue would get absorbed in other parts of the city where density is increasing rapidly. And so if I knew that we actually were able to increase the bond, we'd be able to get some of the proceeds to be able to come to support creating affordable housing in District 11, which hasn't seen that come forward. So this is something that I've been really watching and excited to see and move forward with, and I want to thank Supervisor Tang for her work and moving this forward. And I know that has not been easy, given that we're a bunch of cats that need herding around here, but also that there's not complete unanimity within our districts about this is the right way to go, because change can be very, very challenging. So thank you, and I also want to thank Supervisor Peskin and others for trying to find a way that we can all agree to move forward on this. I have two very friendly amendments that I want to add, and hopefully with these amendments we can all unite together on this part of our affordable housing density bonus program. The first amendment will help minimize any impacts that these 100% affordable projects have on narrow streets and alleys. I would like to first remind everyone that buildings that create new shadow in a manner that substantially affects outdoor recreation facilities or other public areas are not eligible for this program. Also, in service of protecting the sunlight on our narrow streets and alleys, I'd like to add the following language, and colleagues, you have these on your desk, to the Planning Commission Design Review Clause, which is in Section 328C on page 52. The Planning Commission, and here's the language, the Planning Commission, upon recommendation of the Planning Director, may also apply the standards of Section 261.1 to bonus floors for all projects on narrow streets and alleys in order to ensure that these streets do not become overshadowed, including potential upper story setbacks and special consideration for the southern side of east-west streets and mid-block passages, as long as such setbacks do not result in a smaller number of residential units. Section 261.1 was created as part of the Market Octavia project to help sculpt buildings to work with narrow streets and alleys, so this is really conforming with the previous effort. The second amendment will help protect small businesses that are required to relocate. The ordinance already requires an 18-month notification period for all existing commercial tenants. And 2 weeks ago, I made an amendment to direct the city to develop additional business location tools such as relocation fees. Today, I have one further amendment to ensure that if a project requires small businesses to relocate, the developer will provide the relocation plan as part of the Planning Commission's review of the project. Because 100% affordable projects rely on state and federal funding, they must comply with the state or federal relocation acts, which state that relocation costs and assistance to existing commercial tenants should be provided. To make sure developers comply with this, I propose an amendment to Section 206.3D1A on page 22 that lists the information that must be included in the application for a density bonus project. First, I want to correct a typo. On page 22, line 16, subsection B should actually be subsection small iv in parentheses. That's subsection 4 in Roman numerals in parentheses. Second, I want to add a new section in parentheses Roman numeral 5 at the bottom of page 22 that ensures that developers comply with state and federal relocation requirements. Here's the section. Documentation that the applicant shall comply with any applicable provisions of the state relocation law or Federal Uniform Relocation Act when a parcel includes existing commercial tenants. And so with those three amendments to lines and a typo, I'd like to motion that we accept.
Supervisor Avalos has made a motion to make amendments. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Marr. Colleagues, can we take the amendments without objection? Without objection, the amendments pass unanimously. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to acknowledge that it has been a long and twisty road to get here, but I think we have made it better, and it will be a useful tool, and I would like to congratulate Supervisor Tang on her good work.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, Madam President. I also wanted to acknowledge Supervisor Tang's work on this particular legislation. It's been a long road, and I want to also thank all those that have offered the amendments. It's made it a much better piece of legislation from my point of view. So I wanted to ask for a friendly amendment, which doesn't change the definition at all, but it's basically there's on page 19, line 7. There's wording that says is not designated as an RH1 or RH2 zoning district. It may already include what I'm asking to add, but for clarification in the future, nobody's going to make a mistake about this, since I have a lot of RH1D, that I would like to just include that language in there, RH1D. So it would be, is not designated as an RH1, comma, RH1D, comma, or you don't need a comma, and that's it.
Okay, Supervisor Yee has made a motion to amend, seconded by Supervisor Tang. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, the amendment passes unanimously. All right, looks like there's no other names on the roster. Now, if we could just do this with all those ballot measures that we need to get rid of, we'd be in a great place. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On item 7 is twice amended. Supervisor Cohen? Aye. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell? Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim? Aye. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee? Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Okay, this ordinance as amended is passed unanimously on the first reading. Madam Clerk, please read items 8 and 9 together.
Item 8 is an ordinance to accept the irrevocable offer of public infrastructure and acquisition facilities associated with the Mission Bay South Redevelopment Plan, Block 13, on Channel, Eldorado Street North and South, and Longbridge Streets, accepting an irrevocable offer of dedication for real property underlying a portion of Longbridge Street. Item 9 is a ordinance, I believe it's an ordinance adopting findings under the California Environmental it's an ordinance dedicating city jurisdictional property located on a portion of State Trust Parcel 14, commonly known as Mission Bay Park P26, lying along Mariposa Street and Owen Street as open public right-of-way, and naming the new park Mariposa Park.
Colleagues, can we take these items, same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance is passed unanimously. All right, Madam Clerk, please call items 10 through 35.
Pursuant to Charter Section 9.100B, the Board shall not adopt the budget earlier than July 15th nor later than August 1st. Therefore, items 10 through 35, after being called, may be amended and then continued to July 19th. Item 10 is the proposed budget and appropriation ordinance appropriating all estimated receipts and expenditures for departments of the City and County of San Francisco as of May 31st, 2016. Item 11 is the proposed annual salary ordinance enumerating positions in the annual budget and appropriation ordinance for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2017 and 2018. Items 12 and 13 are the proposed budget and appropriation ordinances for selected departments, the proposed annual salary ordinance enumerating positions in the proposed budget and appropriation ordinance for the Airport Commission, the Board of Appeals, the Department of Building Inspection, Child Support Services, Department of the Environment, Law Library, Municipal Transportation Agency, the Port, Public Library, San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, and the Residential Rent Stabilization and Arbitration Board, and Retirement Systems as of May 2nd, 2016, for fiscal years 2016 through 2018. Item 14 is the resolution approving the budget of the Treasure Island Development Authority for 2016 through 2018. Item 15 is the resolution approving the fiscal year 2016 through 17 budget of the Office of Community Investment and Infrastructure and approving the issuance by OCII of bonds in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $185 million, which will be used in conjunction with a portion of the bonding authority authorized but unissued in the fiscal year 2015 through 16 budget for a portion of the enforceable obligations. Items 16 through 35 are the ordinances and resolutions that accompany the department's budgets. Item 16 is the ordinance adopting the Neighborhood Beautification and Graffiti Cleanup Fund Tax. 17 is the ordinance amending the administrative code to modify requirements for city departments to acquire and maintain memberships in professional trade and other organizations. Item 18, ordinance amending the planning and administrative codes to adopt fee amounts for planning department fees and to set the process for annually adjusting the fee amounts. Item 19 is the ordinance to amend the administrative code to establish the District Attorney Neighborhood Justice Fund and to abolish the Neighborhood Community Support Fund and authorize the District Attorney to establish guidelines for disbursement of monies in the Justice Fund and to permit the District Attorney to distribute monies from the Justice Fund consistent with these guidelines. Item 20 is the ordinance to amend the administrative code to extend the authorization of the Director of Health to enter into managed care contracts for the provisions of services to individuals covered under federal and state programs, including subsidized health coverage for low-income populations. Item 29 is the ordinance amending the health code to set patient rates and other services provided by the Department of Public Health. Item 22 is the ordinance to amend the administrative code to streamline the statutory authority for county adult assistance programs and to make other modifications. Item 23, ordinance amending the fire codes to increase the fire department's overtime fee. Item 24 is an ordinance amending the administrative code to impose a fee for credit and debit card transactions processed by the City and County of San Francisco. Items 25 and 26 are two resolutions that concur with the Comptroller's certification that services previously approved can be performed by private contractor for a lower cost than similar work performed by city and county employees for specified contracted out services. Item 27 is the resolution designating Muni Services LLC as the City and County of San Francisco's authorized representative in sales and use tax records examination. Item 28, resolution concurring with the Comptroller's establishment of the Consumer Price Index for 2016 and adjusting the access line tax by the same rate. Item 29, resolution authorizing the acceptance and expenditure of state grant funds by the Department of Public Health. Item 30, resolution retroactively authorizing the Department of Public Health to accept and expend a grant in the amount of $1.45 million from the San Francisco Foundation for the HOPE SF program. Item 31, resolution authorizing the Human Services Agency to withdraw from the statewide finger imaging system. Item 32 is a resolution authorizing the execution and acceptance of a purchase and sale agreement on behalf of the Housing Authority for the real property located at 440 Turk Street for $5 million. Item 33, resolution to approve the fiscal year 2016 through 18 expenditure plans for the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing. Item 34, resolution to authorize a $4.5 million transfer to the general fund from the Municipal Transportation Agency for duplicate and overpayments received by the city for parking and transit violations issued in the 18-year period between January 1st, 1994 and June 30th, 2012. And item 35 is a motion to enact a 2.25% cost of living adjustment to the base fiscal year 2016 through 17 contract amount of $2.127 million for budget and legislative analyst services to become effective July 1st, 2016.
Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Breed, and thank you, Madam Clerk, for all those ordinances. Okay, so colleagues, these are our budget items. As we do, we're going to be continuing all of these items. There are a few technical amendments that I wanted to make. So first on item number 10, I want to make a motion to amend the title. And the title now will be Proposed Budget and Appropriation Ordinance appropriating all estimated receipts and all estimated expenditures for departments, including those selected departments recommended for approval by the Budget and Finance Committee on May 25th, 2016 of the City and County of San Francisco as of May 31st, 2016 for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2017, June 30th, 2018. So my motion would be to amend the title and then continue that item for item number 10 for a week.
Okay, Supervisor Farrell has made a motion to amend the title. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Marr. Can we take the amendment without objection? Without objection, the amendment passes unanimously.
Okay, so colleagues, and then item number 11, we're going to literally do the same thing to include some additional language. So now it will read, proposed annual salary ordinance enumerating positions, and this is the addition, including those selected departments recommended for approval by the Budget and Finance Committee on May 25th, 2016, comma, and then the rest of the title will remain the same. So I'd make a motion to include that in the title for item 11 as well.
Supervisor Farrell has made a motion to amend the title for item number 11. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Marr. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, the amendment passes unanimously.
Thank you. And then for items number 12 and 13, because we amended the titles of 10, 11, 12 and 13 are no longer necessary, so I'd like to make a motion to table items 12 and 13.
All right, Supervisor Farrell has made a motion to table items 12 and 13. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Marr. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, items 12 and 13 are tabled.
Thank you, Madam President. And then lastly, I make a motion to continue items 10, 11, and 14 through 35 to next week's Board of Supervisors meeting.
Okay, Supervisor Farrell has made a motion to continue items 10, 11, and 14 through 35 to the meeting of July 19th, 2016. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Marr. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, those items will be continued to the meeting of July 19th, 2016. Madam Clerk, please read item 36.
Item 36 is an ordinance amending the administrative code to extend the period for permissible use from 2 years to 4 years for a pre-qualified entities list to contract for commodities and or services following the issuance of a request for qualifications if certain conditions are met.
Colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance passes unanimously on the first reading. Item number 37.
Item 37 is a resolution to retroactively approve and authorize the execution of a Trans-Bay Project Construction Management and Oversight Services Intergovernmental Agreement with the Trans-Bay Joint Powers Authority through the Department of Public Works in the total amount of $4.491 million for a 3-year term commencing January 4th, 2016, with mutual indemnity provisions included.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Item 38.
Item 38 is a resolution approving the contract with the In-Home Supportive Services Public Authority for the provision of administration, health, and dental benefits to IHSS independent providers for July 1st, 2016 to June 30th, 2020 for approximately $2.67 million.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. And Madam Clerk, it is 2:30, and I know that we have one 2:30 commendation. And so at this time, we will take a pause from our regularly scheduled agenda to acknowledge our retiring airport director, John Martin. Welcome, Mr. Martin. Supervisor Tang?
Thank you very much, and welcome to our chamber, Director Martin. It is definitely a bittersweet moment, I think, for all of us to congratulate you on your retirement, but that also means that, of course, you are leaving the city and your role as our SFO director. So I'm not going to state everything that's on this proclamation here for you, but I did want to take this opportunity to just highlight a few of your amazing accomplishments as our fearless SFO director. Director Martin has served as a director for 21 years at SFO, but prior to becoming the airport director, he actually served as the deputy director and also a planner for business and finance, and has been with the Airport Commission since 1981. He founded the California Airports Council, which is a statewide consortium of 30 commercial airports that was formed in December of 2009. He's also served on various boards that have to do with airports throughout the country. And during his tenure as our airport director, SFO has experienced unprecedented growth. He oversaw one of the largest public works projects in the country, the $2.4 billion SFO Master Plan, which included the construction of the new international terminal, a BART station linking SFO to the Bay Area, and the AirTrain light rail system connecting all terminals. And more recently, his accomplishments also include overseeing the building of a new Terminal 2, the first and only LEED Gold terminal in the United States, and the completion of the new Federal Aviation Administration Air Traffic Control Tower, which was impressively completely designed and built by airport staff. I had a chance to take a tour of that, and it's just an amazing accomplishment. Also under his leadership, the airport is currently undertaking a $4.3 billion 10-year capital improvement plan, and that includes the construction of a new 4-star hotel at the airport, which we had all deliberated on here at the board, the redevelopment of Terminal 1, Boarding Area B, and Terminal 3, and an extension of the AirTrain system to the long-term parking garage. And by the time the capital project is complete in 2023, it is anticipated that it will have created more than 36,000 jobs over the 10-year period. So Director Martin, his official retirement date is July 20th of this year. I just want to personally thank you for just how innovative you have been as an airport director here in our city. I know that sometimes working in city government, it can be a little bit challenging, but I've seen you take those challenges and turn them into really great solutions, not just for the airport, but then things that you can share with other cities and other jurisdictions as well. So I want to thank you for your service. I wish you all the best in your retirement, and hope that you take to our friendly skies. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we have a number of supervisors, Mr. Martin, that clearly you've had an impact on each and every one of us. And so I know that there's probably going to be a bit of conversation before you're given the opportunity to speak. So I'd like to, at this time, recognize Supervisor Scott Wiener.
So this is definitely a hard time to let you go, although you are certainly deserving of a break. I can't think of a more just unbelievably competent department head, not just department head, but someone running what's basically is a small city. And it's really, government gets beaten up so badly these days, and I think I always hold up San Francisco International Airport as a shining example of what government can do in terms of what you've been able to do of completely transforming this airport and doing really smart projects and well-executed projects and just doing it without much drama at all. And you are so universally respected that for the once or twice a year when you have to, sadly for you, come into this building and lobby this board to try to get some, a contract through where there might be some controversy, you always prevail. And I think even when there is controversy, I think one of the key reasons is that people respect you so much that people know that even if there might be some questions, that people have confidence in your judgment, and that if you're bringing a contract to us, you've fully vetted it and you've gotten the best deal possible. I will also say that in addition to working with you in this role, you are my neighbor and my constituent. We live, about 2 blocks from each other, and I just think the world of you. So thank you for all of your service to our city and our region.
Supervisor Farrow.
Thank you, President Breed. And John, I just want to echo my colleagues. It's really bittersweet. I will never forget, I think it was my first month on the Board of Supervisors. There was a reason that we were going to meet about some policy issue. And talking to some of my colleagues who've been here before, they said, this is the one guy you need to trust. This is the guy who runs the best department in the city. And it's definitely held true these years. You've been amazing to work with. And I just wish you all the best in your retirement and look forward to seeing you around.
Thank you. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. Director Martin and I got off to a rough start back in the days of the airport runway airfield development program, which was bigger than either Mr. Martin or myself. It was being pushed by the Federal Aviation Administration, the United States Congress, United Airlines, the governor of the state of California, and the all-powerful Willie Lewis Brown at that time. And it was quite a fight, but I learned not only a lot about the airport and its very professional staff and our airport director, but I learned a lot about myself. I think that John conducts himself in a way that makes all of us be the best that we can be, and you helped me grow, John, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Supervisor Marr.
Mr. Martin, I just wanted to echo what my colleagues have said. I've really appreciated your calmness and clarity and leadership. And I think some of it comes from what you've shared with me about Zen approaches to issues and how to find peace. And I know that of all department heads, I always look forward to meeting with you because I always found that rising above to be able to see things more clearly. I also wanted to thank you for the yoga room and Zen rooms, the art that's all over the airport. And I know that there's a developmentally disabled art exhibit that's really amazing. And I hope people appreciate what you've done for our airport and what's coming in the future that you've laid the groundwork for, and your great staff as well. But thank you for transcending the conflicts at times to find great solutions, and for always treating the workers at the airport with such respect. I just have appreciated working with you so much and learned from you as well. But thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much, John. It's nice to see you. We've gone back and worked together prior to my time on the Board of Supervisors when I was an admin assistant working for Mayor Gavin Newsom. One of the things that I have grown to really admire and respect is that you are running one of the most efficient enterprise departments that the city has to offer, ironically, not even in San Francisco jurisdiction. I also want to commend you and your staff professionals that you have handpicked and built around you and also have groomed. You have built a exemplary fair contracting process for minority and small business owners to be vendors and also to bid on contracts within the airport. You've built out a world-class Terminal 2. Congratulations. I have worked with you on the phenomenal internship program that you've also built that I think stands to be an example for other departments in this city. And I particularly began to stand in awe when you explained to me several years ago about the shuttle bus, not buses, but vans, pickup debacle. And it was a classic operation management research and science problem on how do you bring equity and parity to several different businesses so that everyone has an opportunity to have a shot at running their business. And I think that you and your team have done a great job. I'm excited by your the gentleman that's going to be replacing you. He's been a faithful, I think he's been a number 2 of yours, right, in the department for many years, and has been incredibly helpful to helping you to deliver an exquisite product for not only the city and county of San Francisco, but the entire world. You are often, your airport is often the first encounter that people have when they come to San Francisco. And it's been it's been executed in a tremendous way. There could have been many challenges, labor contract disputes, you name it, but you've been able to manage it and handle it with style and grace. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Kim.
I just want to concur, not just as a supervisor, but as someone who actually frequents SFO airport and goes into other airports. You really see a difference between many of our cities' airports in our country. And I just have to say, I really enjoy being a passenger on many of our flights because under your leadership, I think the airport has worked tremendously hard to create a great experience. Traveling can be incredibly stressful, and it's also a massive operation to keep going. And I just appreciate your leadership, but also your tenacity over many decades in running this airport. And finally, while I've been able to make some time for 7-day meditation retreats, I look forward one day to joining you on the month-longs that you go on, perhaps in my retirement. You're so young, I think we'll have an opportunity to overlap one of these days. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you. When I heard that you were going to retire, like everybody else, was sad. But I did start asking people down at the airport, what's going to happen? Is it going to fall apart? And the best news is that the response almost universally has been that you built a great community down there whether it's the Homeland Security or our own police department and other staff members, they said, "Don't worry, he's taking care of the transition." And we really need to be appreciative of that because it doesn't always happen. And this community that you built is something that I was able to get a sense of in 2007, I believe. That you actually extend, being at the airport, you almost feel like you're in an island away from San Francisco, which you really are. But you extended your hospitality at the time to be connected with things within the main part of San Francisco, and you allow us when Supervisor Kim, Supervisor Mar, and myself were on the school board, and we needed a place to interview potential superintendents at the time, and I thought that was a very nice gesture on your part for us to be able to do that, so that we could keep the confidentiality of all these things. So again, I want to thank you for all the things you've done in the past. I'm still looking forward to all the things you're going to do in the future.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Peskin.
I just wanted to add, I don't think we'll ever have another airport director who goes away on 2-week silent meditation retreats, and that we'll get our phone calls returned more timely by the new director.
Thank you. And I just want to say, Director Martin, thank you so much. Before I was a member of the Board of Supervisors, when I was the director at the African American Art and Culture Complex, what I appreciate is that you and your team reached out to us to provide an opportunity for us to host our artists at the airport. It's an incredible airport. It's a beautiful airport. And a big reason why you felt that was important is because you wanted to make sure that the airport was a reflection of everything that's San Francisco. And part of that was the African American Art and Culture Complex. So I was truly grateful for that. I was also truly grateful for the outreach efforts for your internship programs, the job opportunities, the incredible opportunities that exist at the airport, and you wanted to make sure that my community was not left out. And so I've always appreciated your leadership and your ability to go the extra mile to work with the city, and then to also manage such a significant enterprise department and do it so well and make it look easy. And so you are definitely going to be missed. You're one of the best department heads we've ever had, I believe, from my personal experience in the city and county of San Francisco. And so to those other department heads, I know they may be jealous by this statement. Well, strive to be what the best is. And I think you basically have led that effort. You've set a great example, and we will truly, truly miss your leadership, and I hope your future holds something great to come. You have served the city well. Thank you so much. Super. And with that, Mr. Martin, it's your turn.
Okay. It's very humbling to hear these kind words. And in this moment, even though I'm retiring, I feel like I'm about 25 years old.
You can stay if you want.
Good feeling. I've really been blessed. I've really been blessed to find my home in San Francisco. I love this city, love the airport, love the people I work with, and that includes all of you. And coming to the end of my career, what really stands out is what's made all the difference is kindness. To have an attitude of being kind and caring is what inspires us, what inspires my employees, to be caring for our guests, the passengers. That allows us to be innovative, to go outside the box. Caring about one another's employees. It really makes a difference when employees feel respected, heard, communicated with. My employees go the extra mile. They're outstanding city employees. Commitment and caring about the environment. We cut our greenhouse gas emissions 40%. And we're committed to getting to carbon neutrality in the next 5 years. And then caring about the community, caring about providing economic opportunity, about providing jobs, seeing that employees are treated fairly, and seeing that all of the communities, not just community, but communities benefit from the economic engine of the airport. So, indeed, I've been blessed, and I thank you for this recognition. It's deeply humbling. Thank you.
Thank you, and again, congratulations. And at this time, we'd like to invite you into the well to take a photograph with you with every member of the Board of Supervisors. Thank you again, Director Martin, and congratulations on your retirement. And with that, colleagues, we will return to our regular agenda. We left off at item number 39. Madam Clerk, please call that item.
Item 39 is a resolution to support freer higher education in San Francisco and the intent to prioritize and secure funding to eliminate enrollment fees for students who are San Francisco residents or working at least half-time in San Francisco, and by supporting educational costs for enrolled students who are in receipt of federal or state financial aid.
Supervisor Kim, your item. Would you like to say a few words?
I would. Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the opportunity to make a few comments about these two proposals that are before the board today. Almost a month ago, our office introduced a package of legislation that would enable San Francisco to become the first city in the nation to make credit classes at City College free for all of our San Francisco residents and our part-time to full-time workers. This proposal was important to me to ensure that we not make it an unfunded mandate, but that we have all the components needed for its success and in our commitment to our city. Back in December, I had introduced a proposal to create an ultra-luxury real estate transfer tax, which over the past few months we learned would generate close to $44 million a year on average. As our office
Supervisor Kim, I'm sorry. I didn't call item number 40, so I will call item number 40 so you can speak about both of those items together.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk, item number 40, please.
Item 40 is a motion ordering submitted to the voters at an election to be held November 8, 2016, an ordinance amending the Business and Tax Regulations Code to increase the real property transfer tax rate from 2% to 2.5% on properties with a consideration or value of at least $5 million and less than $10 million, from 2.5% to 2.75% on properties with a consideration or value of at least $10 million and less than $25 million, and from 2.5% to 3% on properties with a consideration or value of at least $25 million, and to increase the city's appropriations limit by the amount of the tax increase for 4 years, beginning November 8, 2016.
Thank you. Supervisor Kim?
Thank you, Madam President. When we first introduced the concept of an ultra-luxury real estate transfer tax back in December, our office spent quite a bit of time sitting down to think about how we could use these funds that are creating inefficiencies in our market, creating a luxury housing market, amongst many other things, making our city more expensive, to make San Francisco more affordable than all. In many ways, our board and our mayor, we spent quite a bit of time on ensuring that we are creating and building more opportunities for affordable housing, more opportunities to acquire rent-controlled buildings, and of course to support our tenants. But another way that we can ensure that we can make San Francisco more affordable is to help make the city, to help our residents afford this great city. And we know that one of the greatest vehicles in doing that here in our country has been access to higher education, and in particular, access to community college. What we are introducing today is, what is before the board today is a resolution evidencing the board's intent and desire to make higher education free, 2, a revenue-generating measure that would ensure that we pay to make this a reality here in San Francisco. And finally, an accountability measure that will create the financial vehicle into which we can securely place our luxury real estate dollars with provisions that will ensure that these new funds are spent responsibly and used to make City College free again. The intent resolution today expresses the intention of this board to fully fund the Free City College proposal with the new revenue generated by this ultra-luxury real estate transfer tax. I want to thank my colleagues for their early and strong support to both the resolution and the tax, Supervisor Avalos, Campos, Marr, Peskin, and Yee. And I also want to thank President Breed, who has been a co-sponsor of the resolution as well. The tax will increase by 0.25% the transfer tax paid on buildings, luxury homes, and condos that sell for above $5 million. We will also, for the first time ever in the state of California, create an entirely new tier for those buildings and homes that are $25 million and above. Again, we can't stop people from coming to San Francisco and creating a market for these luxury real estate transactions, but we can ensure that the market incentivizes the building of luxury homes with also protections that can help keep San Francisco affordable for all. This proposal, if approved by the voters in November, again will generate an average of $44 million a year. Thank you. I look forward to working with you to campaign to make this a reality. And will generate more than 3 times what we expect the proposal to make City College free again work. So that means more general fund dollars for affordable housing, for transit services that we need to fix Muni, our parks, our recreational centers, libraries, and all other services that we want and need. The last component of the Free City College proposal is the fund, which we are currently working with both the Comptroller's Office, the Chancellor of City College, and our City Attorney to finalize. This vessel or vehicle to hold the new revenue will include provisions to ensure that the money is targeted for supporting our students and in making sure that we make our credit courses free again. The second component to this, beyond making the fees waived for all of our students as it was before in 1983, is to also offer a $1,000 scholarship for our students that already qualify through the Boggs waiver for Free City College today. We know that on average that our students spend up to $3,000 if they're a full-time credit student at City College. And we've heard countless stories of students that often pick between purchasing books and transportation and purchasing food and paying for rent, often sleeping on couches to make that a reality. And I think the most recent report that we've heard about the percentage of students in California State University that are homeless today is incredibly extraordinary and incredibly sad. This is just one step. This is just the first step in San Francisco's commitment in saying that we want to make higher education affordable again to everyone that wants to participate. This is an investment for the future, and it's the right bet. Let's bet on our young people. Let's bet on job training. Let's bet on our adults that are looking to transition in their career, to gain skills to improve their employment. Let's bet on our seniors who want to participate and be part of community building, to build up their computer skills, their language skills. Let's be a leader again for the state of California and for our nation. And this is more than a bunch of platitudes. We know via data that the average resident has greater earning potential when they have a City College associate's degree than when they just have a high school diploma. In fact, on average, according to our Budget Legislative Analyst Report, the jobs available to those with a City College associate's degree versus just a high school diploma is on average $11,000 more. That is significant. And we want to ensure, as we fight to keep San Francisco affordable, that again, that we fight to make, to support our residents to afford this great city. Finally, I did have one amendment that I did want to make to item number 40 to close a loophole on our real estate transfer tax. And I did want to read that into the record. This is an amendment that our Assessor Recorder Carmen Chu, one of our former colleagues, have asked that we made to administratively clean up and clarify the transfer tax code. And the summary of the item is to again, clean up and clarify. There are currently two sections of the San Francisco Administration Code, sections 1108 and 1114, that specify when the transfer tax should be levied. Section 1108 specifies when the transfer tax is applied for continuing partnerships, and conversely, when it is exempt. Section 1114 specifies that transfer tax could also be applied when a change in ownership has occurred for property tax reassessment purposes as defined by the state code. This amendment ensures that if the city is able to apply our transfer taxes according to Section 1114, that no unintended exemptions from Section 1108 should apply. This closes a loophole and ensures that money that should be coming into our city's coffers and general fund will continue again. Finally, I want to acknowledge and thank many people that were involved in making this a reality. A proposal this ambitious and this large cannot happen without the effort of many people. And so first, on the city side, I do want to acknowledge our controller's office, in particular Todd Ridstrom and Ben Rosenfield, who actually spent many hours in helping us work on the mechanisms of this proposal. Our city attorney's office, Carol Ruert and Scott Reber. And then finally, from the community, first of all, I want to acknowledge AFT 2121 for forwarding this proposal to our office and working with us on ensuring that all the details were crossed and that we looked at the proposals in Tennessee, Chicago, and Oregon and built on their strengths, but also address the weaknesses of those programs. In particular, Alyssa Messer and Tim Kelly, thank you so much for your leadership. I also want to thank our Labor Council, Connie Ford, Tim Paulson, Mike Casey, for working with us. The City College Board of Trustees, all 7 members, thank you for your support and leadership. And of course, to our Chancellor Susan Lamb, Vice Chancellor Ron Gerhardt, also for working very closely to make this a reality. And most importantly, to our students for coming out and speaking and your testimony on why this proposal is incredibly important and how it's just going to raise the bar for making San Francisco one of the greatest cities here in this country. And hopefully, as we lead by example, we will see the rest of the country follow along in our footsteps. Colleagues, I do ask for your support on both items. My amendment does move a continuance of the real estate transfer tax. However, colleagues, I do ask for your support today on the resolution for Free City College.
Okay, with that, Supervisor Kim, you made a motion to amend item number 40 with the amendments proposed by our Assessor Recorder Carmen Chu. They've been seconded by Supervisor Yee. Colleagues, can we take the amendments for item number 40 without objection? Without objection, those amendments will pass unanimously. And before we move forward with a continuance, for item number 40 specifically, I want to give everyone an opportunity to talk about those items 39 and 40. And I see a number of names on the roster, and we're going to start with Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much, President Breed, and Supervisor Kim. Thank you for bringing this to us. And I want to recognize also Alyssa, Connie, Olga, the college trustees, everyone that has spoken to me, reached out to me, the retired City College teachers that spoke to me at Farmers Market, the retired teachers that speak to me when I'm in the grocery store. This is an incredible issue that's really brought a lot of people together, and I think it's really excited people. So I'm grateful that we have a measure that is eliciting this type of a response. I think that this is a proposal worthy of being excited about. The movement for free and low cost public higher education is one that's paying out nationally, and I think it's important that we recognize and we carry that momentum here locally. I believe that we locally should be at the forefront of this incredible discussion, showing other cities and municipalities that it can be done. I personally, my family has benefited from the education from City College, as well as continuing education. Over the last generation as a nation and as a state, we've taken large steps backwards in making higher education affordable unaffordable and unaccessible to just regular everyday people. And I think we need to start to correct that. The cost of community colleges, state colleges in the UC has dramatically increased. You've seen protests across campuses all up and down the state of California because of that. And we need to be increasing people's opportunity for education and not decreasing it. And the resolution and the companion funding source is an opportunity for us to do that, to do our part to make City College free for residents. I think one of the best parts of this legislation that it's not only a good idea, a great idea, but it also has identified a funding source, and that I think is a recipe for success as we begin to move forward. We all know that higher education will open up doors for better economic opportunities, higher wages, more job opportunity, as well as security, which will return benefits to our city as a whole. And I'm certainly excited, again, to support today. I do have one slight caveat, and I've already expressed it, we've heard it before, to the advocates working on this proposal, and I think that it's something that we can continue to work through. I think it's a lofty goal to make City College free as possible, or as low cost as possible for individuals, but I'm not quite sure how we do it and support residents and individuals who work at least part-time in San Francisco. I'm open and wanted to make sure I better understand how we can go about doing that. And really, my fear is that we get too far out ahead of ourselves and we make promises that we're not able to keep. I believe that perhaps residents should be certainly a priority, or people who have maybe full-time employment. I don't really know what exactly the right balance is, but I do believe that this measure should move forward. It has my blessing and my support. I think that there's going to be work that's going to be done on designing the specifics of the program, and I also believe that it's important that we acknowledge our capacity, even if it may be limited at first, but perhaps it could be scalable to ensure that we're focusing on everyone. But I want to make sure that we give a priority to those folks that already weather the treacherous life of living in San Francisco, and that we're making sure that our residents have access to quality education. But with that said, I'm absolutely delightful to support this measure, and look forward to supporting it into the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Marr.
Thank you so much to Supervisor Kim and the Free SF Coalition. This is brilliant. These two items that we're voting on, they link up the best of the educational justice movements that UESF and the Save City College Coalition and AFT 2121 and others have been involved in, with Occupy movements that focus on the 1% and the mansions and the huge amount of wealth that's been created, causing the huge wealth divide and inequalities and affordability crisis in our city. I wanted to just say also that Bernie Sanders' efforts to put attention on the public sector's strength so that we have equity and economic justice in our country, this is really putting it into practice, from fair share efforts for big corporations and the wealthy to help fund key social programs in our city. This is excellent policy. I wanted to just also say that City College is the largest community college system in the state. It educates immigrant communities, single moms changing careers, low-wage workers to become middle-wage income earners, and it's about equity as we fund it. When I moved here in 83, 84, it was free. We should be returning it back given all the wealth accumulation in the city right now. I also wanted to say, consistent with the California Master Plan for Higher Education, we should be looking at other institutions of much more local, state, and federal support as well. Also, as we look at pied-à-terre taxes on residential vacant units owned by multimillionaires outside of the city, like London and New York City are doing, and looking at other fair share taxes, looking at the huge corporations making tremendous profits, but also getting tax breaks in our city. This is another effort to really look at educational justice linked with equity. Great props to the Save City College Coalition from years ago that defended the system, but also tried to raise enrollments with different strategies, but I really think it's the ACCJC's fault for why the enrollment declines have happened. This is one way our city can help to reverse that trend so that City College becomes strong, diverse, and thriving like it once was. I also just wanted to say, too, that looking at the luxury units of $5 million and $25 million and above is really important in our city as they can afford to pay more. And this real estate transfer tax, I think, is economic justice. And for the prioritizing funding for free City College, my hope is other cities start to look at this as our coalitions have come together so that this expands not just to San Francisco but to other cities around this country to really heed the call that Bernie Sanders put out there that we need free City College not just in San Francisco but throughout this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Breed. So I want to thank Supervisor Kim for putting this forward, and I do support this concept of free City College, although I dissented in committee, so I thought I should identify why. I do believe, as we all do, I think about providing greater affordability for education, especially higher education opportunities like City College. I think we need to continue to have this dialogue not only here in San Francisco but across our country. As Hillary Clinton today in her speech when Bernie Sanders endorsed her talked about free four-year colleges as well, and I think that's something we should definitely be pursuing across our country. It's something I'd be supportive of. For me, I just have concerns about how it's being put forward and paid for, if you will, and the construct of it. For the past month and a half, our budget committee was debating about spending line items, that, as you all know, get down to $10,000 on line items. And as much as, in comparison, $13 million is a drop in the bucket when you think about free City College overall and what it can mean to so many people, I do believe if we're going to have a general sales tax, or a general transfer tax, that we should be having this discussion in the context of our overall budget. Next year we don't know where we're going to be. The following year we do not know where we're going to be in terms of our budget priorities or our budget construct inside of City Hall. We could very well be heading into a recessionary time. Whether we want more police officers or if we want less, whether we want more gardeners or less, more preschool teachers or less, or free City College tuition, I think is a fair discussion to have, but I do think it should be had in the context of our overall budget. For me, if this was a dedicated tax on the November ballot, which I understand is a higher threshold, and that's a fair political calculation to make, I'd be very supportive of it. But the way it is right now, and certainly sitting in my perspective as a budget chair for the last 4 years, I think this needs to be taken in the holistic context of our entire city budget. But again, I do support the concept. I think it's a great thing to move forward. Supervisor Kim, just the way it's being presented, it gives me concerns, and I'll be not supporting it again.
Thank you, Supervisor Farrell. Supervisor Yee.
Thank you, President Bree. I just want to say that I want to thank Supervisor Kim for bringing this forward. Sometimes we talk about the good old days, and many times when people say, let's go to the good old days, and I kind of squirm around and say, really? Good old days? It's not everything in the old days is good. Not everything in the old days is good. But one thing that's good, when I was going to City College, it was free. And that is a good old day for me. That's why I'm going to be supporting this. And I have to say, it's about priorities. Where are our priorities when we actually say we want to pay for this free, tuition-free City College so that people in the city, everybody will have an even playing field when it comes to getting a college education. So I'm not just halfway supporting this. I'm wholeheartedly supporting this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Yee. Supervisor Campos.
For a moment there, I thought Supervisor Farrell was going to make an amendment to make it $2 million homes, but I guess that's not going to happen. But let me just simply say that I am very proud of these two items. And with respect to City College, I do believe that when you look at the issue of inequality, which I think is the most pressing issue facing this country and facing this city and facing all of us as Americans, I think that education ultimately is the great equalizer. Mm-hmm. And nothing, I think, is more important in terms of that than actually letting people of all incomes have access to higher education. I know that for me, and this is a very personal thing, the difference between being able to live in this country and as an immigrant, what makes this country different from where I was born in Guatemala is that you have access to higher education even if you're poor. And I think in most of the world, that's not the case. And I think that to be able to take the lead in San Francisco on this is really monumental, and I think it's going to change the system. So I think this is one of the most significant things that we have done as a board, and I want to thank Supervisor Kim for her leadership. I'm proud to be a supporter.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. Just some final words. I do want to thank my colleagues so much for your strong words of support. And even if you have concerns about it, I really appreciate allowing this item to move through the regular legislative process so that the entire board can hear this. I will just say a couple of things. Strengthening our middle class is absolutely a priority. It is one of the most important things that we can do. And here in San Francisco, we are losing our middle class. And to concur again with Supervisor Campos, higher education, we know from data and evidence is key to building a more robust workforce and a more robust middle class. And we have to do everything that we can to solve the affordability spiral that we're seeing right now in higher education. 7 out of 10 students across the country that are in public college take out loans today. The individual debt on average is $33,000. And today, as you know, and has been announced multiple times, student debt is at $1.35 trillion. We are getting to a point where student debt is larger than any other type of debt here in this country, and all because our residents and our families want an opportunity to succeed and to be able to be successful for their families, their households, and their communities. I'm heartened by the national debate, and thank you, Supervisor Marr, for acknowledging Senator Sanders. He has certainly highlighted the importance of a free public higher education system across the country, and we were certainly inspired by his call in putting forward this proposal, and we are truly heartened by now Hillary Clinton's proposal to make public higher education free for families that make up to $125,000. So we hope that this is the beginning of a larger movement for our country. Finally, I will just add that this proposal is in some ways similar to what we're seeing with the sales tax proposal today, that we have two different budgets depending on whether these measures pass. So we have a budget to put forward if the sales tax passes for our transportation and our homeless needs, and we have a budget that we can put forward if this luxury real estate transfer tax passes. But I want to again explain, as I did at Budget Committee, why we decided not to make this a set-aside. It was less actually political concern because we thought that this would pass even with a higher threshold. But we're actually very hopeful that the state and country will step up to make higher education free again, to free up local tax dollars so that we can use it for other incredibly important services. And because this is an entirely new program, we did want an accountability mechanism to ensure that we can work closely with City College to put forward the program that we want to see moving forward. I know that leaves some uncertainty for my colleagues, and I certainly understand those concerns, and certainly for members of the public, but we are absolutely committed to making this happen, and I think our public commitment through this resolution and through the vehicle will ensure that level of accountability, but will also ensure success in this measure. And hopefully the city won't have to fund this in the future because we will be able to make higher education free and affordable again for everyone. But thank you to my colleagues. I'm excited again to make San Francisco the first city in the country that will make community college free again for all of our residents, regardless of age and income or any type of GPA prerequisites. And colleagues, I ask for your support today.
Thank you, Supervisor Kim. Seeing no other names on the roster, I'll just say quickly before we move to a vote, thank you so much for bringing this forward. I know that a lot of folks that I grew up with in San Francisco, the first opportunity they had for higher education was City College, and I don't know where many in our community would be had it not been for this incredible institution. This is definitely a way, with all the challenges that have existed with City College recently, a way to protect it and to make sure that the city is putting its money where its mouth is, and that is supporting our higher education workforce, and also just keeping in mind that, making sure that folks have access to good education. A good educational institution like City College is so fundamentally important in this city in this day and age. And so I'm really proud to be a supporter. I'm grateful to all the people that you've named, the advocates, the Labor Council, and many of the folks who came to the table to try and move this measure forward. And I hope that we could make sure that this commitment is continued to be funded regardless of our uncertainty around the funding source and its whether or not it passes on the ballot. We are clearly from this board committed to moving this item forward, and I want to thank my colleagues for leading the effort specifically. Thank you, Supervisor Kim, for your work. Supervisor Marr?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, Supervisor Campos kind of sparked this in me, but there's a great Malcolm X quote. A Malcolm X quote, "Education is our passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today." I wanted to thank Supervisor Kim and the Coalition for showing that San Francisco can prepare for the 20,000 or so students plus everybody coming in the future, so we're preparing for their equal opportunity in the future as well. So thank you to the Coalition and Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. And so first we'll take the a roll call vote on item number 39. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On item 39, Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Nope.
Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 10 ayes and 1 no, with Supervisor Farrell in the dissent.
The resolution passes. And Supervisor Kim, can you make a motion to continue item 40 as amended to a committee of the whole?
Yes, I will make that motion.
Okay. Supervisor Kim has made the motion to continue item 40 as amended to a committee of the whole for the meeting of July 19th, Madam Clerk?
That's correct, Madam President.
July 19th, 2016, seconded by Supervisor Peskin. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, this item will be continued to a committee of the whole on July 17th, 2016. July 19th, 2016. All right, let's go to our next items. Item number 41.
Item 41 is an ordinance to amend the administrative code to direct the chief data officer to develop a pilot program for expanding public notice of significant projects and permitting decisions in the city in the areas of construction and infrastructure repair, work, public health and safety services, and facilities and transportation.
Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Breed. So, colleagues, first of all, I want to thank our Budget and Finance Committee colleagues for sending this item out with recommendation. I think like all of us, I hear from constituents frequently inside and outside of my district about their wishes to be better notified about significant decisions or projects that are happening in their neighborhood, whether they want to learn about a new proposed development project going on down the block, or when and how their regular Mooney stop is being moved, or other things happening about their streets being dug up. They just want to be notified and have a resource on where to go to make sure they're up to speed on what's happening in their neighborhoods. Currently, if they want access to this information, they have to request it from respective city departments who are responsible for that decision or project. And additionally, many of the city's notices are only available to access in person or through standard mail. As we sit here in the technology capital of the world, I believe our residents should have advance access to significant decisions or projects that may impact their neighborhood. So I introduced the Neighborhood Notification Act, which will mandate that our city's chief data officer create the city's first digital centralized notification system. It will be a one-stop shop online for any city resident who wants to be better informed about their neighborhood. With the creation of our neighborhood notification system, we will bring access to San Francisco City's most important decisions and projects into our 21st century. We will also save significant resources over time by allowing residents to be notified through electronic means and by allowing them to opt out of receiving traditional standard mail notices. At committee, I introduced some minor amendments that were accepted unanimously after discussions with 311, our city administrator, and our chief data officer to ensure the success of the program. It transferred the responsibility of creating the system from 311 to our city's chief data officer. With funds secured through our budget last year, they will be hiring one full-time employee that will be leading the project into creation. The new centralized notification system will be in addition to, rather than in place of, other city official noticing requirements to ensure city residents who do not have access to email or the internet, which is still unfortunately a significant part of our population, will still receive city notices in person or through standard mail. The centralized notification system will cover significant projects and permitting decisions in the areas of construction, infrastructure repair work, public health and safety services and facilities, and transportation. The legislation also requires the city departments work cooperatively with our chief data officer to provide the requested information in needed data formats and on a regular schedule so we're able to update the system over time. Imagine being able to tell your residents that they can log in proactively by zip code or by neighborhood, and they can simply check off the different department notices that they will get and be proactively notified all the time via email forevermore. More and more, our residents are demanding this type of access to our city government. I believe it's our job to give it to them. This will be a big step in that direction, and colleagues, I ask for your support.
Thank you, Supervisor Farrell. Seeing no other names on the roster, on item 41, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
On item 41, Supervisor Cohen. Aye. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 11 ayes.
Okay, this ordinance is passed unanimously on the first reading. Item 42, please.
Item 42 is an ordinance to authorize the Recreation and Park Department to enter into an agreement with the Francisco Park Conservancy regarding funding and stewardship of a new park on the Francisco Reservoir site located between Hyde and Larkin Streets, south of Bay Streets, and on the .96-acre parcel located immediately adjacent to and south of the Francisco Reservoir site.
Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Breed. So, colleagues, this is follow-up legislation to the agreement we unanimously supported as a board close to 2 years ago now to purchase the Francisco Reservoir site from our Public Utilities Commission to create a brand new 4.5-acre park in the middle of Russian Hill. For the past few years, and even dating back to the time leading up to when we purchased the property, I've been working with an amazing group of neighbors as well as the Rec and Park Department to make sure the citywide park became a reality. Work very closely with a group that is now called itself the Francisco Parks Conservancy, which is literally made up of a coalition of different neighborhood groups surrounding the area, 4 different neighborhood groups in particular. And they really have stepped up, and without them, this project would not be possible, both from an advocacy perspective, but also in terms of fundraising as well. They brought broad community support in terms of over 40 different community organizations to support the project, and now has the financial commitments and pledges for the necessary funding to renovate and to maintain the park. So again, the city, while we purchased the property, it is private fundraising that will be building and constructing the park and maintaining it over the years to come. Obviously, in September 2014, we accepted the conditional jurisdictional transfer of the park into Rec and Park Properties' hands. Today, this ordinance, and I do want to thank Supervisor Peskin, who was not on the board at the time we did the agreement, but I know was involved in the neighborhood, and thank you for his co-sponsorship here. This is a park that borders our 2 districts, and so hopefully we'll have many residents in both of our districts enjoying the park. This ordinance has 4 components, which is really the next milestone in this creation of the park. First, it authorizes our Rec and Park Department to enter into an agreement with the Francisco Parks Conservancy regarding funding and stewardship of the park on the Francisco Reservoir site. It authorizes Rec and Park to accept and expend an in-kind grant of approximately $25 million in construction services for the new park, and annual cash grants from the Francisco Parks Conservancy anticipated to be approximately $150,000 every year for future maintenance of the park. It authorizes Rec and Park to accept and expend future grants and gifts from this group, and also amends the park code to list a new park as a park where no alcoholic beverages may be consumed. The agreement itself, Rec and Park is going to operate and maintain the new park. The Francisco Parks Conservancy, which is really built off the model of the Central Parks Conservancy in New York City, will fund, administer, and oversee the design and the construction of the new park, fund the maintenance operation of the new park. And over the next year, we're going to hold a series of meetings to finalize the design with the community, finalize the capital raising, and then go to the Rec and Park Commission for approval. So we're a long ways to finishing off the project, but there's a significant step in the direction. I want to thank Rec and Park as well as all the neighborhood groups, many of you whom are here in attendance, some individuals. I see Jan Blum, and I know a lot of others are here as well. I see Lynn Jefferson, Leslie Alsbach, and everybody here. So thank you for them for all of your continued involvement. This is something we're all being incredibly proud of and look forward to the next steps. And colleagues, I hope to have your support.
Thank you, Supervisor Farrell. Supervisor Kim.
Thank you. I just had a brief question on listing of the parks that are alcohol-free. I know that, playgrounds and other parts of open space are alcohol-free, but I did want to ask about what kind of other kind of open space areas that aren't just playgrounds are listed under this list. I just know that sometimes people like to go, with a bottle of wine over a picnic, and I just want to understand kind of the consideration of why we decide to name this park under that list.
Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Breed. So to Supervisor Kim through the chair, this was simply part of a 2-year discussion process with the neighborhood. There are many parks listed. I don't have that list in front of me. What are all the citywide parks? I believe there are countless parks that don't have alcohol permitted. I don't know from a Rec and Park perspective. I would imagine it's the majority of the city parks that are alcohol free. But this ordinance does that. There will obviously be additional rules that will be talked about at the Rec and Park Commission. A little bit more granular items, but this is the main thing in terms of the park code that we have to adjust.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Supervisor
City Attorney Givner. The ordinance didn't, it listed Excelsior Playground, and then it kind of skipped over, so I didn't get to see the full list in the actual body of the ordinance.
We can certainly get that to you.
Yeah. Yes.
Deputy City Attorney John Givner, through the President.
Mr. Givner.
The Parks Code section 4.10 has a list too long for me to read. The reason we listed the two above and below is just to put it in the right place in alphabetical order, but it's probably about, 40 or 50 different parks.
Okay. I would love to get the list from Rec and Park just to look at. It's not that I have opposition to it. I just always like to ensure the greatest flexibility for our residents to enjoy our parks, not trash our parks.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just to expand on that, from Civic Center to Dolores Park, these are all some of the parks that we all utilize that are part of this list. And it was something that was certainly important to a lot of folks.
Thank you. Supervisor Kim, are there any other questions? With that, colleagues, can we take this item number 42, same house, same call? Without objection, the ordinance is passed unanimously on the first reading. Item 43.
Item 43 is a resolution to authorize a lease between the City and Opera Plaza LP for office space located at 601 Van Ness Avenue with an initial term of 5 years for use by the Human Services Agency, totaling approximately $363,000 in rent in the initial year.
Colleagues, can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Item 44.
Item 44, resolution to authorize a real property lease between the City and 200 Paul LLC for office production and warehouse space located at 200 Paul Avenue for a 10-year term through December 31st, 2026 for use by the Department of Technology's Public Safety Division for approximately $809,000 rent in the initial year with annual increases and one 5-year option to extend.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Item 45.
Item 45 is a resolution to authorize the General Manager of the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission to execute a memorandum of agreement with the United States Department of the Interior National Park Service for Yosemite National Park for comprehensive management of watersheds within Yosemite National Park, supplying the San Francisco Regional Water System for an amount not to exceed approximately $12.3 million and a 2-year duration through June 30th, 2018.
Same house, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Item 46.
Item 46 is a resolution to approve the cost reimbursement agreement between the Port and ExxonMobil Corporation for the management of residual petroleum hydrocarbons on city property in the area known as Wharf J10 in Fisherman's Wharf for a term of 20 years, or reimbursement of $5 million with an annual increase by 3%, whichever comes first.
Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. Just a quick question. I don't know if there's someone on staff who can answer this. Why is this contract with ExxonMobil, and were there any other players that were considered?
They were the ones who contaminated.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Carol Bach from the Port of San Francisco. Hi. So this cost reimbursement agreement offers a mechanism for ExxonMobil to reimburse the port or any of the tenants within the regulated area to recover costs from expenditures that they may have to incur while doing maintenance or new construction within a certain regulated area.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no names on the roster, the House has changed. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On item 45, Supervisor Cohen. 46, apologies. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr. Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang. Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener. Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The resolution is adopted unanimously. Item 47.
Item 47 is a resolution to approve a contract amendment with New Flyer of America, Inc., to purchase an additional 33 articulated low-floor electric trolley buses for a total contract amount not to exceed approximately $150 million, with no change to the term of the contract, and authorizing the Director of Transportation of the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency to enter into amendments or modifications to that agreement.
Same House, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Item 48.
Item 48 is a resolution to authorize the Mayor's Office of Housing and Community Development to expend SOMA Community Stabilization Fund dollars in the amount of $635,000 to address various impacts of destabilization on residents and businesses in the SOMA, and to reaffirm an administrative support plan for the fund.
Same House, same call.
Madam President, Supervisor Mars left the chamber.
Roll call vote.
On item 45, Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr. Marr, absent. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 10 ayes.
The resolution is adopted unanimously. Item 49 and 50 together, please.
Item 49 is a resolution to approve item 49 and 50 are resolutions that approve two second extension agreements between the city, acting by and through its Public Utilities Commission, for item 49, the Turlock Irrigation District contract, and for item 50, the Modesto Irrigation District contract, and to extend the term of the existing long-term power and energy sales agreements to the earlier of the approval of a replacement agreement by both parties, or June 30th, 2017.
Roll call vote.
On items 49 and 50, Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The resolutions are adopted unanimously. Item 51.
Item 51 is an ordinance to order the summary street vacation of a portion of Greenwich Street adjacent to Coit Tower as part of improvements to Pioneer Park, approving an interdepartmental transfer of the vacation area from Public Works to the Recreation and Park Department, and to affirm the Planning Department's CEQA determination.
Same House, same call. Without objection, the ordinance is passed unanimously on the first reading. Item 52.
Item 52, resolution to endorse the term sheet between TZK Broadway, LLC, and its financial and development partner, Kenwood Investments, Number 6, LLC, and the Port Commission for the lease and development for an up to 200-room hotel, a dinner theater featuring Teatro Zanzani, and approximately 7,500 square foot public park and open space, and ancillary uses on seawall lots 323 and 324, and portions of unimproved Vallejo and Davis Streets rights-of-way on the west side of the Embarcadero at Vallejo Street.
Same House, same call. Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Item 53, please.
Items 53 and 54 were referred without recommendation from the Land Use and Transportation Committee. Item 53 is a resolution to urge the San Francisco Legislative Delegation to amend or oppose the by right housing approvals proposed trailer bill in recognition of San Francisco's local planning tools and significant contributions to regional housing development.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. First of all, I just want to draw colleagues your attention to two op-eds, one in this morning's Examiner by Planning Commissioner Cindy Wu and environmental activist Sue Vaughn with regard to the governor's trailer bill 707, as well as another op-ed by former Mayor Art Agnos in this morning's Chronicle, both of them taking issue with the 707 proposal. While items 53 and 54 have very much in common and have been discussed and debated by this board and in committee, I would respectfully suggest that we vote item 53 up and vote item 54 down.
Hold on just a second, Supervisor Peskin. Madam Clerk, please call item 54, please.
Item 54, resolution to urge the San Francisco Legislative Delegation to work to amend the by right housing approvals proposed trailer bill in recognition of San Francisco's severe housing crisis and existing obstacles to sufficient regional and statewide housing creation.
Thank you. Supervisor Peskin, sorry about that.
Thank you, Madam President. And as we discussed in committee, I think that item 53 very clearly sets forth what we're asking the state legislature and particularly our legislative delegation to offer relative to amendments. And if they're unable to accomplish that, to oppose the trailer bill. And I direct you to page 6 of the resolution where we suggest, 1, a prohibition on the demolition of existing housing, 2, a minimum baseline for as-of-right approval consisting of a set of local inclusionary housing standards plus a premium increase as determined by technical analysis, and 3, a requirement that approved development projects begin construction within 12 months of their approval, which is a use it or lose it provision, so we're not just pell-mell entitling for speculation, and 4, that the approval of all major developments continue to allow for public review and local discretionary approval as currently provided for in local laws. And I would also direct you, this is really a statewide conversation, it's not a one-size-fits-all dynamic, but I would direct you to the admonitions from Mayor Agnos in this morning's Chronicle, where he suggests that the governor take concrete steps by listening to Los Angeles County Supervisors Sheila Kuehl and Hilda Solis, that any process to streamline affordable housing approvals expedite rather than eliminate entitlement and environmental review, that a principle be adopted, a do no harm principle be adopted by ensuring that any development receiving expedited consideration will increase the number of affordable housing units and provide relocation assistance and permanent new housing on site for displaced residents, that cities be given the option to use rent stabilization and inclusionary zoning policies to achieve a balance of affordable units, and that the state explore actions to constrain speculative investment practices, and finally, to revive discussions to create a robust source of permanent revenue dedicated to affordable housing. So with that, colleagues, I respectfully would request your vote on item 53.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you very much, Madam President. It's good. I'm glad that we have both of these measures here together for an up or down vote with a majority vote one way or the other. It sort of clears away some of the procedural issues that we had when these were first at the board, and it's good that we had a full committee hearing on it. and that we have both of these before us today. I stand by item 54, which is the version of the resolution that I authored, and I'll be voting yes on 54 and no on item 53. Colleagues, we are in a deep housing crisis, and we need to take firm action. And it is not just a San Francisco crisis. This is a housing crisis that is spreading around the state, and more cities and counties are impacted. And we have people living in areas of the state who were not previously struggling with housing, who now are. And in California, it is too hard to create housing of all types, subsidized affordable housing and otherwise. And we know that it's the middle class, working class, low-income people who will always suffer the most if housing spirals out of control due to housing policies that make it incredibly hard, time-consuming, and expensive to create housing. As I mentioned when I first spoke about this resolution, when I introduced it or when it first came up at the board, I agree that the current proposal what the governor introduced as his trailer bill, it was not where it needed to be, and it would have made it too easy to demolish sound, rent-controlled housing. It would have made it too hard to engage in meaningful design review. It didn't address labor standards, environmental standards. And so if you look at the resolution, item 54 that I introduced, it does not say just support what the governor proposed. What it says is let's work with the governor to make this acceptable. Let's work with the governor so that this legislation does not make it easier to demolish sound, rent-controlled housing. Let's make sure that it honors local standards around architecture, urban design, setbacks, affordability and inclusionary, preservation of historic buildings, preservation of rent-controlled housing stock, demolition controls, labor standards, and environmental standards. And as I've indicated before, I think the goal, this legislation, although not where it needs to be in its current form, can be transformed into something very good, and specifically one that basically provides that when you have local zoning that allows for a particular number of units, you can't, through a discretionary process, force that number down. If your zoning allows for 100 units, you can't require a process that ultimately badgers the number down to 40 units. That's something that we see around the state, where it's zoned in a certain way and you end up with much less housing. And so our housing crisis spirals. That should be the focus, and it can be the focus. And item 54 says we have something here. Let's work with the governor to make it acceptable. Item 53, by contrast, essentially says we will oppose this unless you basically gut the legislation and make it fairly meaningless. And so I think we should really take this housing crisis as seriously as we can and welcome the fact that the governor of California has taken a strong interest in making housing more affordable and work with him to improve this legislation rather than just reacting to it and opposing it. So, colleagues, I urge you to reject item 53 and to pass item 54.
Okay, so clearly we couldn't come to an agreement on this particular matter. Madam Clerk, on item number 53, can you please call the roll?
On item 53, Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. On item 53, my vote is no.
Cohen, no. Supervisor Farrell?
No.
Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener?
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 6 ayes and 5 noes, with Supervisors Cohen, Farrell, Tang, Wiener, and Supervisor Breed in the dissent.
All right, the resolution is adopted. Item number 54, roll call vote.
On item 54, Supervisor Cohen?
On item 54, yes.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell?
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim? Kim, no. Supervisor Marr?
No.
Marr, no. Supervisor Peskin?
No.
Peskin, no. Supervisor Tang?
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener?
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee?
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos?
No.
Avalos, no. Supervisor Breed?
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos?
No.
Campos, no. There are 5 ayes and 6 noes with Supervisors Kim, Marr, Peskin, Yee, Avalos, and Campos in the dissent.
The resolution fails. Madam Clerk, please call item 55 through 57.
Items 55 through 57 are 3 resolutions that determine that the issuance of a Type 21 off-sale general license to Vitax Raxacool for San Francisco Wine and Cheese, located at 141 Gough Street, will serve the public convenience for item 55. For item 56, that a Type 20 off-sale beer and wine license to Raton 927 LLC, located at 927 Post Street, will serve the public convenience. And for item 57, a Type 48 on-sale general public premises license to Destination Bars, Inc., located at 29 3rd Street, will serve the public convenience.
Roll call vote.
On items 55 through 57, Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Aye. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The resolution is adopted unanimously. The resolutions are adopted unanimously. All right, colleagues, where are we? Madam Clerk?
58.
All right, 58.
Items 58 through 60 were referred without recommendation from the Rules Committee. Item 58 is a charter amendment, 5th draft, to amend the charter of the City and County of San Francisco to require the Department of Elections to hold a special election when there is a vacancy in the office of member of the Board of Supervisors, unless a regularly scheduled election will be held within 180 days of the vacancy, to provide that the mayor shall appoint an interim supervisor to fill the supervisorial vacancy until an election is held to fill that vacancy, with the interim supervisor being ineligible to compete in that election, and require the mayor to fill vacancies in all local elective offices within 28 days of the vacancy at an election to be held on November 8, 2016.
Okay, before we move forward with those items, colleagues, pursuant to Board Rule 2.22.7, at least 6 days must pass between a charter amendment's first appearance as a referral from committee and in order to submit it to voters. And so for these particular items, we will need to continue items 58 through 63 and item 65, but we will continue them one by one. If anyone has any comments or proposed amendments for these items, we will take them each in order. So we're at item number 58. Supervisor Yee.
Sorry.
Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. I would like to continue this item. Motion to continue this item till the next meeting.
All right. Supervisor Avalos has made a motion to continue this item to the meeting of July 19th, 2016, seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Colleagues, can we take this without objection? Without objection, this item will be continued to the meeting of July 19, 2016. Item 59.
Item 59 is a charter amendment, 3rd draft, to amend the charter of the City and County of San Francisco to transfer responsibility for the maintenance of street trees to the city and establish a special fund primarily to pay for such maintenance and the maintenance of trees on San Francisco Unified School District property, to amend the Business and Tax Regulations Code, to add a special parcel tax primarily to fund the city's maintenance of street trees and the maintenance of trees on the San Francisco Unified School District property, to increase the city's appropriations limit by the amount of the parcel tax for 4 years from November 8, 2016, and to affirm the Planning Department's determination under CEQA.
Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you. I move to continue 1 week.
All right, Supervisor Wiener moved to continue 1 week, seconded by Supervisor Campos. So without objection, colleagues, this item will be continued to the meeting of July 19, 2016. Item number 60.
Item 60 is a charter amendment, first draft, to amend the charter of the City and County of San Francisco to transfer responsibility for the maintenance of street trees from abutting property owners to the city and affirming the Planning Department's CEQA determination.
Supervisor Avalos?
Motion to continue 1 week, please.
Supervisor Avalos has made a motion to continue to July 19, 2016. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Marr. Colleagues, can we take this without objection? Without objection, this item will be continued to the meeting of July 19, 2016. 61, please.
Item 61 is a charter amendment, third draft, to amend the charter of the City and County of San Francisco to establish the Dignity Fund to support seniors and adults with disabilities, to require an annual contribution by the city to the fund, including an annual baseline amount of $38 million, increasing by $6 million for fiscal years 2017 through 2018, and increasing by $3 million a year for the next 9 years until fiscal year 2026-27, and continuing at that amount adjusted annually for changes in aggregate discretionary city revenues for the next 10 years until fiscal year 2036 through 2037, to establish a planning process for expenditures from the fund, to create an oversight and advisory committee to set an expiration date of June 30th, 2037, to change the Commission on Aging to the Aging and Adult Services Commission, and to update its responsibilities at an election to be held on November 8th, 2016.
Supervisor Yee?
Thank you. I'd like to make a few amendments to this charter amendment, and before I articulate what the amendments are, I just wanted to say that at the committee level we talked about this, and I wanted to support it to get out of committee. And I did express that a piece of it was something that I wasn't agreeing to necessarily, but overall, the charter amendment I was supporting. So the piece that I was hoping to address is this split appointment for both the commission and also the advisory committee. And I expressed my interest about doing this with the mayor today, and we had a discussion, and basically I was willing to have a compromise, which is rather than just offering the amendment to have a split role, that the language that that's in front of you that we handed out earlier is what we came up with. There was some further thought on this, and one of what you're looking at in front of you reads, the addition is to section 16.128-11 advisory committee, and what I added was the language: prior to making the appointments, the mayor shall invite the board of supervisors to recommend candidates for the 3 at-large members, and the mayor shall consider any such recommendations in making the appointments. The second amendment is for section 4.120 for the Aging and Adult Services Commission, and I added the language: prior to making the appointments, the mayor shall invite the Board of Supervisors to recommend candidates for the commission, and the mayor shall consider any such recommendations in making the appointments. In further thinking about it, even though this is a simple notification to the board, I'm willing to, for the First Amendment, to drop the language: prior to making the appointments, the mayor shall invite them. So that's the part I would drop. So it would read: the Board of Supervisors may recommend candidates for the 3 at-large members and the mayor shall consider any such recommendations in making the appointments. For the second amendment, I would ask for the support to leave that language alone as I presented to you. So, okay, those are my 2 suggestions.
Supervisor Yee has made a motion to amend. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you, Madam President. It is true in committee, Supervisor Yee did come to committee and he voiced his interest. At that time, he had no amendments, which was a little bit unfortunate because it was an opportunity for me to have a conversation with the coalition that I'm leading and working with on this particular legislation. So I don't feel comfortable accepting or denying these amendments accepting these amendments, largely because I haven't had an opportunity to consult with my coalition. Generally, I mean, amendments that come into the 11th hour, it's hard. It's easy if I'm just the decision maker making the decision here, but this is a coalition effort, and so I'm uncomfortable accepting the language with that Supervisor Yee is proposing. So, colleagues, I hope that you will join me in voting down with a no vote on accepting the proposed amendments made by Supervisor Yee. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for a point of clarification, to Deputy City Attorney John Gibner, the proposed amendments aren't something that actually need to go into this particular charter amendment. Couldn't it be established directly by the Board of Supervisors without going to the voters through these means?
Deputy City Attorney John Gibner, the first proposal, the advisory committee, providing that the board may make recommendations. The board certainly at this point could make recommendations to the mayor regarding any of his appointments. The piece that requires the mayor to invite recommendations and requires the mayor to consider those recommendations, if you wanted to impose that requirement, that would be, you should do that in the charter amendment. Now, what that would mean is not that the mayor would have to appoint people recommended by the board, but just that the mayor would have to review those recommendations.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Supervisor Marr.
I wanted to just jump in and say I'm going to be supportive of Supervisor Cohen's leadership on this. From my understanding, what Supervisor Yee is proposing is really non-controversial. In my communications with Mayor Lee and Nikki Wheaton from the mayor's office, they're already going to be following through with these, the approach to, in many ways, jointly work with the Board of Supervisors on these 3 at-large appointments. It's an 11-member board with 2 people from the long-term, or 3 from the Long-Term Care Coordinating Council, 2 from the Advisory Council of the Department of Aging and Adult Services, and 2 from DAS, or the Aging and Adult Services Commission. So this is like the 3 at-large positions. I'm appreciative that Supervisor Yee is really trying to get that balance of shared authority with the Board of Supervisors and the mayor, but I'm going to follow the lead of Supervisor Cohen, who, with our broad and diverse Dignity Fund Coalition, has been working on this. My understanding from my conversations with the leadership of the coalition is this is not the biggest issue for them right now, and I don't think they have a position on it, but I'm going to follow the lead of Supervisor Cohen on this one.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Yee.
So I want to really clarify that I was part of the discussion with the Dignity Fund Coalition, and I consider myself also a partner of that. So I don't see it as only one person possessing, as if that's their advisory group. I spoke to a few of the members and ran it by them in regards to the split appointments, and they didn't want to be championing that particular item because they wanted to make sure there's some broad support. And that's why when I spoke to the mayor, I backed off of that particular thing and said, well, this is the compromise. And it was actually, so in a way, this is even weaker than something that they would have they wouldn't have said, no, you shouldn't do it, because nobody said that. So I would really appreciate if you would reconsider my discussion with the mayor.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. I don't know if we're just beating a dead horse, and maybe we should just call the vote on this one. But the challenge is that I am the one that's bringing this measure to the voters, and I haven't had the chance to even talk to anyone, and so I'm asking that this legislation remain intact the way it was when it came out of committee, the way that the coalition has expressed interest in seeing, the way that this deal was, this agreement was negotiated and agreed upon, includes having the mayor's support as well as coalition support. So this is not. This is really not something to be, that we should be tinkering with. I mean, this is really ready to go. This is the third draft that you're looking at, and I'm happy to. I'd love to ask that we call the vote.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Well, actually, it's not any one person who brings charter amendments to the voters. It's actually at least 6 of us who do that. And I actually did not agree that we eliminate split appointments on the Dignity Fund, but I'm going along with it because that is what I believe there was a structure in terms of negotiation, but that was definitely told to me after the fact, and much of the negotiations that went on this measure went in behind closed doors, and I actually really was concerned about how much the advocates walked the halls here trying to get answers about what was going on while this was being negotiated. And I thought it was a great disservice to them how things went along in terms of how this Dignity Fund finally was structured. And at the end, it looked like it was something like take it or leave it.
Thank you. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Madam President. This Dignity Fund measures charter amendment, which I fully support, has been incredibly well vetted. It's been a very broad-based process, a hot topic of discussion in this building for quite some time. So I don't really think it's been a behind closed doors kind of situation. I'll be supporting. Not supporting the proposed amendment and supporting Supervisor Cohen and her leadership for this important measure. I think Supervisor Cohen has done an extraordinary job taking what started out as a very contentious measure in terms of the amount of money and really mediating among the stakeholders to come up with a resolution that everyone can support, and so I will not be supporting the amendment. I'll be supporting the charter amendment as is.
Thank you, Supervisor Wiener. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. I respect the perspectives that have been put out there. I have been a supporter of the Dignity Fund from the start and want to continue to do that. But my support of it was predicated on having split appointments, and I think that Supervisor Yee's proposal is actually a pretty mild proposal that tries to strike a balance between the original proposal and where this is. So I would be supporting, and I would ask that we support Supervisor Yee's pretty mild amendment.
Thank you. And on the motion to amend, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, no. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
No.
Marr, no. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener.
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 5 ayes and 6 noes with Supervisors Cohen, Farrell, Marr, Tang, Wiener, and Breed in the dissent.
The amendment fails. And Supervisor Avalos?
Yes, I'd like to motion to have split appointments for the new commission overseeing the new the Dignity Fund.
So you want to make an amendment to item 61?
Yeah, the one that we're currently on, yes, I would, please.
Okay.
Second.
Supervisor Avalos has made a motion to amend, seconded by Supervisor Yee. Madam Clerk, on the motion to amend, please call the roll.
Supervisor Cohen? Cohen, no. Supervisor Farrell? Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim? Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr?
No.
Marr, no. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
Nope.
Tang, no. Supervisor Weiner? Weiner, no. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos?
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 5 ayes and 6 noes, with Supervisors Cohen, Farrell, Marr, Tang, Weiner, and Breed in the dissent.
Okay, the motion to amend fails. Supervisor Yee?
Thank you, President Bree. I'm looking at another piece of paper, and this is wording that was suggested by the mayor's staff, and it's somewhat similar to what I have already offered, but it changes it a little bit, and I'm willing to offer these amendments as was suggested. So basically, the first amendment is the Board of Supervisors may recommend the candidates for the 3 at-large members, and the mayor shall consider any such recommendations in making the appointments. And the second amendment for the commission is the Board of Supervisors may recommend candidates for the commission, and the mayor shall consider any such recommendations in making the appointments. So, sounds similar. It's a little bit different. It was tweeted by mayor staff.
Supervisor Yee has made a motion to amend. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Cohen.
I'm sorry, did you call me, Madam President?
Yeah, I saw your name on the roster.
Okay, thank you very much. I need one moment. I need to talk to the mayor's office. Thank you.
Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you. Through the chair, Supervisor Yee, do we have copies of this?
If you want to hold off the vote, we can make copies.
Supervisor
This
Farrell.
just came from the mayor's staff.
All right, thank you very much.
So just to be clear, so now we're letting the mayor's staff intervene in our legislative process?
I would like to see the copy of whatever we're voting on in writing. Unless it's an oral amendment, then I can listen to that, but we haven't read that into the record.
Okay, Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you. I think I'm in agreement with you. This is a legislative function, and I believe that we should reject these amendments and be consistent. And once we have a vote, I'd like to make a motion to continue this item 1 week so we can just finish the discussion.
And just to be clear, colleagues, that if we make any amendments to this item, then we will have to sit as a committee of the whole, open it up to public comment, and hear public comment again. So I just want to be clear about that. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. I don't mind public comment, and this room was made to seat a lot of people to come and talk with us.
I'm not suggesting that we do, but I just want to make it clear that it will happen again.
Yes, it sounded more like we shouldn't do it because we could have public comment, and I'm not into that.
Thank you. All right.
They're making.
So we're waiting on the amendments. Supervisor Cohen, do you have a copy of the amendments to the Dignity Fund?
I just received a copy of the amendments, thank you, and I will be voting no on these amendments.
Okay, thank you. So if colleagues need any additional time, we can skip over this item and move to another item. No additional time? Okay, the motion to amend has been moved and seconded. Madam Clerk, on the amendments, please call the roll.
Supervisor Cohen?
No.
Cohen, no. Supervisor Farrell?
No.
Farrell, no. Supervisor Kim? Kim, no. Supervisor Marr?
No.
Marr, no. Supervisor Peskin?
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang?
No.
Tang, no. No. Supervisor Wiener?
No.
Wiener, no. Supervisor Yee?
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos? Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed?
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos?
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 4 ayes and 7 noes. Supervisors Cohen, Farrell, Kim, Marr, Tang, Wiener, and Breed in the dissent.
The amendment fails. Supervisor Cohen?
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion that we continue this item 6 days.
Okay, Supervisor Cohen has made a motion to continue this item to the meeting of July 19, 2016, seconded by Supervisor Avalos. Colleagues, can we take the continuance without objection? Without objection, the continuance passes unanimously. Next item, please.
Item 62 is a charter amendment second draft to amend the charter of the City and County of San Francisco to rename the Office of Citizens Complaints as the Department of Police Accountability, to give the Department of Police Accountability direct authority over its proposed budget, and require this department to conduct a performance audit every 2 years of how the police department has handled claims of officer misconduct and use of force at an election to be held November 8th, 2016.
Supervisor Cohen, would you like to make the motion to continue this item?
Thank you, Madam President. I would love to make that motion.
All right,
Continue
Supervisor Cohen has made the motion to continue the item to the meeting of the 16th of July, seconded by 19th of July, seconded by Supervisor Avalos. Colleagues, can we take this without objection? Without objection, item number 62 will be continued to the meeting of July 19, 2016. Item number 63.
Item 63, Charter Amendment, second draft to amend the Charter of the City and County of San Francisco to split the power to make appointments to the San Francisco Municipal Transportation Agency Board of Directors between the Mayor and the Board of Supervisors to lower the vote by which the Board may reject the SFMTA budget from 7 to 6 and to make related changes implementing these amendments at an election to be held November 8, 2016.
Supervisor Yee, would you like to make the motion to continue?
I would like to make a motion to continue this item to the 19th.
All right, Supervisor Yee has made a motion to continue this item to July 19, 2016. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Campos. Colleagues, can we take this without objection? Without objection, this item is continued to the meeting of July 19, 2016. All right, Madam Clerk, let's go to committee reports.
Item 64 was considered by the Land Use and Transportation Committee at a regular meeting on Monday, July 11th. The chair requested this item be recommended as amended with a new title. Item 64 is an ordinance amending the administrative code to establish the San Francisco Fire Victims Assistance Fund.
Thank you. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. I'll just briefly say that I'm very proud to be a co-sponsor of this item. I want to thank President Breed for her leadership. I think that this is something that, if anything, we should have done a long time ago. So I know that it's something that is very meaningful to all the people that have been victims of fires in my district. And again, I think it's a long time coming, and I think that it's one of many things that needs to be done with respect to the issue of helping fire victims. And I think that my hope is that this is one of many additional steps that will be taken in the near term. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Supervisor Farrell.
Thanks. I'd just like to be out as a co-sponsor also.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor Farrell. And I just want to say thank you, Supervisor Campos, for co-sponsoring this legislation with me. It's a long time coming. One of the great things about this legislation is it not only establishes a fund, but it provides an opportunity for someone making up to $70,000 or so to actually qualify for rental assistance. Right now, as it stands, the program that exists in the Department of Human Services, only if you make somewhere around $29,000 to $35,000 a year could you qualify for additional rental assistance. And sadly, after some of the fires that had occurred both in District 5 and District 9, many of those residents may fall a little bit above that category, but still in the low-income category, which has made it impossible for them to find something affordable in San Francisco. And with this program, we finally give a lot more people an opportunity to have assistance when they unfortunately experience an unexpected tragedy like a fire. So I just want to thank my colleagues for their support, and I really hope that this legislation can make a real difference in the lives of some of the residents in our city who have experienced such a tragedy. With that, seeing no names on the roster, Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
On item 64, Supervisor Cohen.
Aye.
Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
Aye.
Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 11 ayes.
All right, this ordinance passes unanimously on the first reading. Item number 65.
Item 65 was considered by the Rules Committee at a special meeting on Monday, July 11th, and the committee forwarded this item as a committee report. It is a charter amendment, third draft, to amend the charter of the City and County of San Francisco to create a homeless housing and services fund and appropriate $12.5 million to the fund in fiscal year 2016 through 17 and $50 million annually to the fund, adjusted for changes in discretionary city revenues for the next 24 years, and to create a transportation improvement fund and appropriate $25.4 million to the fund in fiscal years 2016 through 17 and $101.6 million annually to the fund, adjusted for changes in discretionary city revenues for the next 24 years, and authorize the city to issue indebtedness secured by monies deposited in the Transportation Improvement Fund at an election to be held on November 8th, 2016.
Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to continue 1 week.
All right. Supervisor Wiener has moved to continue this item to the meeting of July 19, 2016. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Marr. Colleagues, can we take this without objection? Without objection, this item is continued to the meeting of July 19, 2016. All right. Let's go to roll call for introductions.
Supervisor Cohen is the first supervisor to introduce new business.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I've got a hearing request that I'd like to discuss. And the findings and recommendations that were released yesterday in the Blue Ribbon Panel's report. This report is largely in the wake of the racist and homophobic text messages between a number of SFPD officers. The report was worked by 7 law firms, 2 policy firms, 3 judges that have a collective 75 years of experience between them and have built very successful careers on impartiality. The Blue Ribbon Reports indicates that bias can be, quote, institutionalized when it is promoted, condoned, or acquiesced by a department's policies, practices, and or culture, end quote. Several local and nationwide reports have been conducted that prove time and time again that bias policing does occur, including the Civil Grand Jury report that was released just last week. The Center of Policing Equity has also released a report last week, and what's important to note is that they have analyzed 12 police departments across the entire country and found that racial bias exists, particularly in use of force. The evidence is really, frankly, irrefutable. And I'm sure we can all agree that there's an amazing, compassionate, and vigilant officers that patrol the streets every day and that do good work in the San Francisco Police Department. And for them, we say thank you. I think it's also important to note that we are mourning the officers, 5 of them in Dallas, that were being laid to rest today after tragically losing their lives. But at the same time, We are deeply troubled by the police-involved targeting and shootings that have been pervasive in our country for far too long, and also happening right here in San Francisco. So the Blue Ribbon Report identified 72 findings and made 81 recommendations about the culture, policies, and practices of the San Francisco Police Department, and thoughtful suggestions on things that we should begin to implement. Also, the San Francisco BAR Criminal Justice Task Force has been working diligently for more than a year and is very close to finalizing their data-driven report in collaboration with SFPD, and we can anticipate seeing this in August. The report also focuses on specific recommendations that the police department should implement to create more accountability and quite frankly, begin to rebuild trust for the community. So I think it's important that we take these recommendations and we do not let them live in volumes that are on our bookshelves in our office, but that we create an open space, a public forum, so that we can acknowledge our transgressions and atone for them, and work to correct our shortcomings and continue to move forward with the best practices in the best practices. So I'm looking forward to the discussion. I hope that you will join me. This is absolutely critical, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Supervisor Cohen. We're going to go to Supervisor Kim. Supervisor Marr.
Submit.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I rise to an in memoriam for somebody who I think many of us knew. Cliff Wong passed away unexpectedly last week at the age of 60. He grew up in San Francisco's Chinatown, graduated from Galileo and Sacramento State, and worked for the city for 35 years, rising to the position of Inspection Division Manager within the Bureau of Street Use and Mapping at our Department of Public Works. He was known among the Board of Supervisors' aides as a dedicated go-to guy with a positive attitude and a problem solver. Cliff was instrumental in the success of the infamous Coalition of Asian American Government Employees Lunar New Year Luncheon by getting the lion dancers to perform. He corralled his fellow DPW co-workers to attend and fill the restaurant with laughter and camaraderie. He retired only a year ago. He was passionate in the practice and teachings of Kung Fu. He was a Sifu. His love for the community and lion dancing led him to the West Coast Lion Dance Troupe as their lead drummer, and inspiring the younger members with teaching respect, humility, tradition, and perseverance. He also enjoyed Motown music and making people laugh. He will be most remembered for his dedication to family, generosity, passion, and his big heart. He's survived by his son and best friend Nicholas, siblings, nieces, nephews, grandnieces, and grandnephews. Family and friends are welcome to attend a memorial service that is scheduled Sunday, July 24th from 11 to 2 at Chapel by the Sea Funeral Home at 801 Oceana Boulevard in Pacifica.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Wiener. Submit. Okay. Supervisor Yee.
Submit.
Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, colleagues, we just read reports about a $5 billion settlement that's coming towards us for the incident involving a firefighter who was driving a rig under the influence, ran through a red light, and hit a motorcyclist. I think it's important to know what systems have been in place as to how to prevent this from happening, how to prevent on-duty drinking within the fire department, and I think it's apropos that we have that hearing at the same time that in GAO when we are holding the hearing whether to approve the settlement or not. I'm sure that the fire department, the police department, who was conducting an investigation with the fire department, have put accountability measures in place. So it'll be good to hear that what they've done to prevent any type of mishandling of the case from happening again, and to ensure that there's swift accountability for the driver of the vehicle and anyone else who commits any kind of misconduct while on duty. The rest I'll submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. President Breed.
Thank you. Colleagues, today I have 3 in memoriams. I'd like to adjourn the meeting in honor of first Miss Dorothy or Terry Whitfield, who passed away on Sunday, June 19th. Miss Terry, as she was affectionately known as, grew up in Seattle, Washington before she moved to San Francisco in the 1940s. She always had an eye for fashion and design, and soon she opened her own store, Terry's Creation and Boutique, on Fillmore and Turk, which she opened for the past 25 years. I used to buy gifts for my grandmother at Miss Terry's Boutique. Ms. Terry took great pride in her store, and many residents in the Fillmore Western Addition have many of her matching accessories in their wardrobe. She was also known for her annual fashion shows, which she held at several churches throughout the neighborhood, including Third Baptist Church, Jones United Methodist, Mission Temple Christian Methodist Episcopal Church, Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church, and the annual National Council of Negro Women San Francisco Section Christian Women of the Year luncheon. These were always the highlights of the ebony fashion in the West Coast, and Ms. Terry will be truly missed. She's survived by her mother, who is 92 years old, her sister, an aunt, and a cousin. She will be dearly missed by many of the folks in the Western Addition community, especially folks who are a part of the Queen Ada community. The second person is Violet Feldman, who passed away far too young. She was just born 17 months ago on February 27, 2015. She passed away suddenly on June 30th this year. She was a happy and easygoing baby and brought a smile to the faces of everyone she met. She was deeply loved by her mother, Gloria, her daddy, her father, Rennie, and her older sister, Edie. Every death is tragic, but it is even more so when that life is so young and so full of potential. I can't imagine the grief that Violet's loved ones are experiencing right now, but I want them to know that they have my deepest sympathy and condolences. The final in memoriam that I wanted to do today, which at a later date we will be honoring this person, Mr. Craig M. Cook. He was one of the founders of the Haight-Ashbury Reunion Committee, an annual committee that hosts an event during the month of May. They just hosted an event in May at the Panhandle Park that brings back people from all over who used to live in the Haight-Ashbury neighborhood, many African-American families who no longer live here in the city and county of San Francisco. He was one of the founders, and he's done a lot of great work for San Francisco over the years. He also passed away suddenly. We will be honoring him, and I know members of the Haight-Ashbury Reunion Committee want to be here at that time, but today, for his funeral for next week, we will be adjourning the meeting on behalf of the Board of Supervisors in his honor. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Madam President. Supervisor Campos.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm introducing some technical amendments today, technical amendments to the short-term rental legislation that I co-authored with Supervisor Peskin, and I want to thank Supervisor Peskin for his co-sponsorship of these amendments, as well as to our other co-sponsors, Supervisor Avalos and Supervisor Marr. As you know, we at the Board of Supervisors unanimously pass on a 10-0 vote the amendments to the short-term rental ordinance. The intent of that ordinance has been very straightforward, to require that hosting platforms do business with law-abiding hosts and to ensure that those platforms are not aiding and abetting scofflaws. What we're proposing today is a modest, common-sense regulation. It's fair to everyone. It's fair for law-abiding hosts so that they won't have to compete with cheaters, and it's fair to San Francisco. Most residents want to give our short-term rental law a chance to work, but San Franciscans also won't be played for fools by Airbnb or any other short-term platform. Others persist in trying to keep our law from being enforceable, and we are committed to doing everything we can to make sure that enforcement happens. After close consultation with the City Attorney's Office, about the legal arguments that were raised by Airbnb in its lawsuit against the city, we have agreed that we can simultaneously address Airbnb's legal objections and fulfill the intent of the original ordinance and do so with a very few set of modest revisions, which is what we're proposing today. Before I talk about those revisions, I want to be very clear. The reaction by Airbnb and other hosting platforms to our amendments today will speak volumes about their true willingness to work with the City and County of San Francisco in good faith so that we actually have good regulations that are enforceable. How they respond to these amendments will show whether or not they have a real interest in working with us to make this law workable. At the end of the day, the Board of Supervisors did not pass the ordinance that we all voted for to litigate over the scope of federal law. The intent of what we passed was to essentially regulate the business activities of these platforms. My amendment aims to accomplish that very goal by 1, making the language more precise, 2, making modest changes in record-keeping requirements in the law, and 3, tailoring enforcement to work through administrative subpoenas instead of working through publication options. These are, again, simple fixes to eliminate some of the arguable ambiguities that Airbnb has latched on in its lawsuit. We believe, the City Attorney's Office, my office, and those of us who worked on this law, that our original legislation was valid, but we also believe that the amendments that we are proposing today will ultimately allow the City and County of San Francisco to more quickly and more effectively reach the same objective. The fact is that as of today, the current law is unenforceable. More than 75% of the 7,000 plus Airbnb hosts in the original True legislation are out of compliance with the law. These hosts have not registered with the City and County, and yet we have platforms like Airbnb that continue to do business with these individuals and are making tens of millions of dollars out of that illegal activity. This, simply put, has exacerbated our worsening housing crisis. In fact, as was noted in the report by a budget and legislative analyst, Airbnb alone took up more than 2,000 entire units of housing completely off the market, making them unavailable to residents that are struggling to live in the city. This is a company, in our view, that will not stop at anything to evade our laws, and now we have a challenge. We have listened to the objections that have been raised by Airbnb in its lawsuit. We have responded to those objections with technical changes that essentially address those concerns. In light of that, our hope is that Airbnb will do what it says it supposedly wants to do, which is to work with the city, and therefore, since this new amendment makes the law moot, that we ask Airbnb to drop its lawsuit against the city and to work with the City and County of San Francisco. In so doing, Airbnb can show that it truly wants to be responsible, that it wants to have a positive impact in the City and County of San Francisco. In so doing, it will send a message not only to San Francisco, but to the rest of the country that this is a company and an industry that truly are responsible in how they interact with the rest of the economy. We also have included in the law that we are amending provisions that will make the registration process easier, and I know that a number of us, in fact all of us here at the board, have expressed a commitment to make that process easier. So I look forward to working with Airbnb. We look forward to a kind of relationship that is different from the relationship that we've had and consistent with the comments and representations that Airbnb has made now that we have addressed their legal concerns that they dropped the lawsuit. The rest I submit.
Thank you, Supervisor Campos. Madam President, seeing no other names on the roster, that concludes the introduction of new business.
All right, colleagues. Madam Clerk, can we go to public comment, please?
At this time, the public may address the entire Board of Supervisors for up to 2 minutes on items within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board, to include the minutes and items on the adoption without reference to committee calendar items 70 through 75. That includes whether or not the Board of Supervisors should enter into a closed session. Public comment is not allowed when an item has been previously subject to public comment at a board committee, as is the case with items on consent, new and unfinished business, or the committee reports, items 1 through 65. Pursuant to the board's rules, direct your remarks to the board as a whole, not to individual supervisors and not to the audience. Speakers using translation assistance will be allowed twice the amount of time to testify. If you would like to display your document on the overhead projector, please clearly state such to SFG TV and remove the document when you'd like the screen to return to live coverage of the meeting.
Thank you. First speaker, please.
أيها الإخوة العرب الموجودين هنا معنا في سان فرانسيسكو، كل سنة وأنتم طيبين. انتهى عيد الفطر المبارك بخير وسلامة الحمد لله. اسمي زي ما أنتم عارفين عبد الله مجاهد، وقضيت من عمري 33 سنة هنا في أمريكا. شفنا وبنشوف اللي ما شفناه في بلدنا. أحيانا بنوافق على بعضها وأحيانا بنتعارض على بعضها، لأنها تتعارض مع ديانتنا وعاداتنا، ولا بد بأننا نثبت وجودنا ونخليهم يعترفوا بديانتنا احنا كمان. Ladies and gentlemen, our San Francisco supervisor, as you know, my name is Abdullah Mujahid. I live here in United States about 33 years now. Before I coming today here, I decided to watch the TV and I see our President Obama when he recommended the death of 5 police officers who been killed in Dallas. Like many people, I cry for what happened to the family of these people who put their own life to save it, our life. Our neighbor, our friend, you can see here our chief police, David Brown, when he cried. You can see another newspaper I have here with me too, that many of people doesn't like what we see around us. 5 people becoming hero when they saved our life and they give their own life to save it, our city, our country. Ladies and gentlemen, I decided finally to write a letter to President Obama to let him know I agree with him, as he said, enough is enough. Mr. President, we have a dirty police officer around us in Oakland, in Richmond, in San Francisco. They take advantage for their own job. And what they did, they involved sexually with one young lady, her age 16-year-old. And they don't pay her because they are police officers. I ask you, Mr. President, to find a solution for this nasty action. Why? Because our mayor in Oakland, in Richmond, in San Francisco,
thank you, Mr. Mgehe.
try to cover up. Enough is enough. And now
Time is up, Mr. Mgehe.
What we can do and what we punish
Thank you.
these people.
Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Ronald Eugene David Lee, and I think most of the supervisors here know me. I'm going home to Louisiana for a while because I've been in the city 50 years, and you have a lot of things to work out, and I'm not going forever. I'm just going for a little while. Now, when I get back, I hope you guys have a little better solution going on, but it's very, very difficult to solve any kind of crisis like this. And all I can say is I wish you luck. I'm only going to be gone for a little while. I will be back. So please get it together. Now, that's just the way I'm trying to say. It's been a pleasure being here. I'm not going forever. I'm just going for a little while to Louisiana. That's where I'm from, the swamps. And down in the swamps, it's a little different. They have alligators and all kind of different kind of fish. And it's going to be fun. But when I get back, I hope you guys have a really good solution to the housing crisis, because that's a really difficult thing to solve. And all I can say is I love you all, and you guys have been doing a really good job trying to figure out how to solve the homeless crisis. I mean, I have no solutions at the moment, and hopefully you'll get it together. I'll be back. Have a good this is my holiday for you guys, because I'm giving you a holiday and I'm leaving, so now you get a holiday from me, because I got 20 seconds, 18, 17, 16, 15. Have a good day. I love you all, and good luck. Thank you very much. My name is Ronald Eugene David Lee. That makes me very Scottish. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. I'm Peter Warfield, Executive Director of Library Users Association, and I'm glad to see there's at least a minimum of 6 and maybe now 7 supervisors here in the room. The San Francisco Public Library has a wonderful mission statement. It says, the San Francisco Public Library welcomes all visitors and residents of the city of San Francisco and is dedicated to free and equal access to information, knowledge, independent learning, and the joys of reading for our diverse community. Well, it's a lovely statement, and presumably that's what the citizens and you are paying for when you fund the library. But unfortunately, as I've in part been telling you for some months, the library has a huge aspect of exclusion. For example, 57,000 cardholders cannot borrow what they call physical items, books, records, DVDs, CDs, and so on, because they owe $10.01 or more. 150,000 cardholders cannot fully use the library's borrowing services. They can't use Interlibrary Loan or Link Plus because they owe 1 penny or more to the library in fines and fees. And there are scores of suspensions. And all of these things, there is no independently determined guilt or provision for punishment or review or non-cash settlement. There was also recently an adjustment of hours proposed, and there has been no public input whatsoever on that, despite a measure that requires it. We ask you to make inquiries and hold public funding until...
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'd like to do a reenactment of my call I made to the Alex Jones Show April 13th. Here I am dialing 1-800-259-9231. I'd like to speak with Alex Jones, please. So I'm waiting and waiting and waiting. Alex, the times of the Gentiles ended in 1996. And that's about all it was. It's the sad thing about talk radio is it doesn't last that long. But I re-listened to my call, even though basically that's all I got on, so many times, I don't even know how many times, because truth is truth. And if somebody doesn't understand that the times of the Gentiles ended in 1996, or even what the times of the Gentiles is, it doesn't really matter. God is God, and He's going to do whatever He's going to do. But we've been in the last days for 2016 years. We have not entered the time of the end of the last days till 20 years ended from the destruction of Jerusalem, by Nebuchadnezzar of Babylon in 1996. That's how I keep time. May 20th, as a matter of fact, was exactly 7,365 days from the end of the times of the Gentiles. We are definitely in the Sabbath year right now, the Shemitah year. And it did not start on Rosh Hashanah. I don't know why the Jews are doing that. That's 6 months early. It usually starts in the spring. It might have actually started in my call to the Alex Jones Show, but checked the phase of the new moon. It was 4 days away from that. So sometimes the Hebrew calendar lines up perfectly with the new moon, sometimes it does not. But this much I know, this verse that I have in my t-shirt has to do with Daniel 9, where God said it would be exactly 70 weeks till Christ would come and die for our sins. All right? Whenever Judgment Day is, it might be, if you die today, it's Judgment Day today. But you have to know Jesus Christ. With what's going on now with George Soros, trying to get all the cops killed and everything, it says the stars will fall from heaven.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, President Breed and all the cabal. My name is Christopher Dahl, and I live at 6th and Howard, inevitably 10 blocks and less than 40 years from sea level. I rise to comment on arithmetic analysis. During my review of your January 26 debate surrounding the so-called commuter shuttle program, in which I call the private usurpation of public space program, I took note of one of the few numbers offered as justification for anything. There are supposedly about 8,000 San Francisco residents who use this program, permitted or not. That's wrong. I've seen significant numbers of people leaving Civic Center, Metro BART station to stand waiting for one of the Google buses at 8th and Market. Apparently, these people are from the cheap streets across the bay. You had a second number. The total dollars that San Francisco was putting out and would have to continue for maintaining some public responsibility by the carriers and employers, that was $5 million a year. The bill for the carriers and employers was to be $100,000 a week. Now for the analysis. If you have 8,000 people taking Muni twice a day, that's $2.25 each way for a total of $180,000 a week. That's $9 million a year. That means the G-Bus is getting off $80,000 cheaper a week. That's getting off $4 million cheaper a year. Then we wonder about those 8,000 people who would be only a tiny 2% of the daily ridership. If the system can't handle a 2% stretch, then somebody, several somebodies, must be particularly stupid or a little too generous. Thank you, President Breed.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Board of Supervisors and Madam President, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Chris Kitsey. I'm a businessman. Excuse me. I've been in San Francisco for almost 20 years. I reside in Tiburon. And I've had a number of companies here, tech companies. The reason I came to San Francisco was because it's a very accepting city. This is a city that's forward-thinking, a city that can accept ideas from other places and different cultures, and it has a lot of compassion and tolerance. And I'm also a Falun Gong practitioner. I've been doing the meditation, I've been doing the meditation now for 9 years almost. And I just found out recently about the Japantown Cherry Blossom Parade. And quite frankly, I was very sad to have a group of people who work as hard as they do to do these parades, to win many, many awards in other communities, and then to have them turned away. It just made me sad. And I just wanted to come here and point it out that the future belongs to the people with compassion and with tolerance and who follow truthfulness. And that's why I just wanted to point this out to the Board of Supervisors and to the City of San Francisco. And I hope that everyone can find more compassion and that this kind of situation does not happen again. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you, President Breed. Supervisors, Mark Ruberg. I'm a board member of the San Francisco Taxi Workers Alliance. I'm here to support Supervisor Peskin's resolution, which is item 72 on your agenda. I would urge the California Public Utilities Commission to adopt fingerprint background checks for transportation network drivers. such as taxi drivers have here and most other places. This is really important. The fingerprint background check is the only way you can positively determine the identity of a person who may be falsifying that identity. District Attorney Gascon has called it the gold standard. Law enforcement all across the country says the same. In the city of Houston, there was an Uber driver who had 24 aliases, 5 dates of birth, 10 social security numbers, and an outstanding arrest warrant. And he was driving for the company, passed their background check. That could never happen with a fingerprint check. And here in California, there were 25 drivers who were identified as having serious violations driving for Uber. So the only way you can deal with this is through a fingerprint check. And I'd just like to mention what happened in the city of Austin recently, because Uber tried to bully their way out of fingerprint checks. They spent almost $9 million in an election in a city that's just slightly larger than San Francisco, and they lost by double digits. So, and this is a tech-savvy city, by the way. It's a city with a lot of technology. They can.
Thank you, Mr. Gruberg. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Barry Korngold. I'm also with the San Francisco Taxi Workers Alliance. I've been driving a cab over 30 years. When people take cabs or now TNCs, Lyft or Uber, they're often in very vulnerable positions. They're inebriated, they're being taken to the airport and leaving their houses empty. It's important. That's why cab drivers get fingerprint background checks. It's not going to prevent every crime, but it drastically cuts down on it. And it's as Mark just said, it's a gold standard for checking people's background and eliminating criminals. District Attorney George Gascon claims that a background check without fingerprints is completely worthless. Last August, the DAs from LA and San Francisco filed a civil suit claiming there were 25 criminal records of drivers that got overlooked by Uber and they got hired. Just this May, an Uber driver with an extensive criminal record attempted to murder 2 policemen who he also had an extensive record that would have been detected with fingerprint background checks. As legislators all over, not just here, I think your responsibility should be based on public safety and welfare, not on protecting these billion-dollar enterprises' business models, which has been happening. They don't want fingerprint background checks because it's a barrier to people to their business models. So please support this resolution for the safety of the citizens of San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Andrew Yip, China Missionary Officer. Of our studies apply on to one's thinking and belief, one's missionary pathways would accomplish good deeds of heavenly virtues to make true success of self-nature. This is the king's way of worldly management with holy studies for interpersonal cultivation practices. The Holy Quick Diwan prevail when everyone knows of heavenly destiny, having true principle of holiness for universal mission, with internal and external works for self-cultivation extending onto worldly mission. Such mutual practices surely can guarantee true success for high aspiration of life, destiny, and career. When one bears the objective of absolute oneness, one can apply great knowledge with noble pathways to lead on the worldly people onto the doorway of origin of methodology. The actualization and practices of great wisdom show one's talent of mighty self-nature in enforcement. The most difficult problems of daily public affair can then be resolved by a full set of good pointing of guidance. Of worldly tragedy, we must enforce peace of wellness to ultimate great harmony for the people. With true mercy, we can enforce endless development for holiness, so worldly rescue would come to realization. The diversity of thinking, belief would then come to a good unity. Disputes would come to an end, where everyone could carry the cross of heavenly destiny for a bright future ahead. Social order can well be maintained. When people have a common big objective for future plans, there's nothing we cannot accomplish with collective effort of humanity and practice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. I'm Eva Dallaire. I'm an attorney at Legal Services for Prisoners with Children and also a resident in District 3. I'm here to comment on Agenda Item 72, and I want to commend the focus and interest on fairness. And I believe that's why we're here and interested in talking about it. But my concern with this resolution is that the focus is focused on fairness between companies than rather about fairness for real people who are trying to support their families. And if you actually read the resolution, you'll also notice that what's being asked in the first and last paragraph do not match the entire body of the statement. Throughout these regulations, there are calls for equality of regulations, but the draconian regulations are wholly controlled by the county. The taxis have indefinite background checks that they have to go through, where the TNCs only have to go back 7 years. We should be moving towards the 7 years. San Francisco should not be in the business of penalizing people indefinitely for crimes that they committed potentially decades ago, but instead should level the playing field for all people who want to drive and also between the taxis. And you can do that by having the San Francisco Municipal Transportation, whatever it is, committee, actually reduce those things. And so I just want to say that the way this is written, it makes people with convictions act as pawns in the fight over the industry for transportation. And it's not about the industry, it's not about these companies, it's about those people who are trying to make a living for their families. So please focus on that fairness. Supervisor Cohen, you spoke about bias in policing earlier today. And
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thanks. Here.
My name is Dorsey Nunn. I'm a Executive Director of Legal Services for Prisoners with Children and one of the founders of All of Us Anon. I think that you will be making a mistake if you write anything to the state of California encouraging them to do background checks, because I actually think the practices of live scans and background checks is inherently biased. I think that it will produce the numbers of black people being arrested more, and I think that when you do background checks, it reports arrest rates. It reports people that haven't been convicted. I also think that if you think that you're going to do public safety by simply securing fingerprints, I would beg to differ with that. I would actually suggest that Sandy Hooks, you could have background checked all you wanted and it wouldn't have made you safer. I would suggest Orlando, you could have background checked and it wouldn't have made you safer. I suggest that Dallas, you could have background checked and it wouldn't have made you safer. And if you did it in San Francisco at California 101, it wouldn't have made you safer, because background checks don't actually determine whether or not it will predict future behavior. It only determines whether or not who the person is. So at a certain point, we need to determine who do you want to have a job and who you don't want to have a job. And I think it's in the best interest of San Francisco, in the best interest of the state of California, to put all available people to work. I think it's dangerous to leave us out there unemployed. So when they say it's a public safety issue, let me go hungry, it becomes a public safety issue. Let me go homeless, it becomes a public safety issue. And I think that Philip Randolph would be turning in his grave to see the protectionism on the part of cab companies that won't pick my black ass up in the middle of the rain.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Dolores Canales. I am a lead organizer for All of Us or None as a project of legal services for prisoners with children. I am here also to speak on agenda item number 72. I've been sitting here through this hearing and I've heard the quotes of Malcolm X. I'd like to point out that Malcolm X had a record, so had he have gotten live scanned, he most likely would not have been able to be a driver. I've also heard numerous talk about increased job opportunities for formerly incarcerated people, equality, stress-free travel, evening the playing field. And what I see here in this resolution is that there would be a creation of a second-class citizen, not just those that would not be allowed to drive for Uber, taxi companies, or Lyft because of a criminal record, but those that cannot afford to take a taxi cab. Now I am afforded travel because I can afford this transportation. I was never able to take a taxi cab because of the increased cost, but now I understand that. A taxi cab is mandated to go back your entire adult history. Standing here before you as a formerly incarcerated person, I am telling you I would not be able to get a job as a taxi cab driver. And I am telling you that over the Christmas holiday, I was an Uber driver, and I was able to buy presents for my grandbabies because of that added income. So please realize the seriousness of this resolution, how it will affect people, and how it will create a larger amount of second-class citizens that cannot afford to take the transportation that others might be able to. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Lavette Arnold, as known as Miss Puerto Rico. I was born and raised in San Francisco. Once again, Melina, this is straight for you. Why? Why do you not care? Why do you not care?
Ma'am, please, I'm pausing your time, ma'am. Please address your remarks to the entire Board of Supervisors. Thank you kindly.
Well, first of all, it's sad that we voted for a person that doesn't care. Doesn't care. I've been living there my whole life. I could be her mother, grandmother, or great-grandmother. I'm that old. I just turned 56. So I want to live in San Francisco. I want to be in here. When you know you got somebody that is one of you guys that want me out of San Francisco because I might have protested against certain people or might have said the wrong thing to you, I need help. There's a lot of people that need help in Bayview, and we're not getting it. When we cry out for help to our District 10 and we don't get it, that's a shame. I've been to that point where I already had a little stroke. I get sick very easily. I'm trying to fight to live here. I'm fighting to stay here. My rent is, quote unquote, is $788. I only get $888. I know nobody, I'm not saying nobody, God forgive me. Listen, all I want to say is I would like help, not just for me. I'm not out there protesting just for me. I'm protesting for others too. And I just want to say that, I would love, like I said, once my whole family died here, and this is where I would like to die, in this city. This is my home, you guys. And it don't mean nothing to you. I know it doesn't. But it is. This is my home. And I want to be here till I do die. So that's all I have to say in it.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker, please.
My name is Salahaquia Chandler, the mother of Yalani Chinyamarinde, who was murdered January the 9th, 2015, quadruple homicide, the young man who was working at Benihana's Japanese restaurant as a host, trying to cash his check. He was a college student at San Francisco City College and also the STAR Project, the Fortune 500 Club. He was his college classes was paid for basically the rest of his life. But the reason I'm here today, and also the case is unsolved, I'm here today to talk about what I have experienced being in this group of mothers. Very devastating, but the reality I'm seeing is unfortunate. We talk all day about being liberal and doing what we want, when we want, and how we want, but we have to be spiritually accountable for our actions and our words and our deeds. And if you have an organization that's set up for healing for the mothers, I'm talking about the healing squares or the healing organizations, the various organizations that are set up where mothers go for healing, and the founders of these organizations are sleeping with the mothers. and causing the mothers to be separated and divided, which causes a negative element. And I've heard about these organizations before, one particular one before my son was murdered. But now since I'm involved, you have organizations that leaders are sleeping with the women, the mothers, and then causing a division. And some of these women end up being spokespersons for their children, and they end up going in different directions and being leaders, but the mothers can't come together. And then they bring me in, and I don't know what's going on, and then words are being recorded on the phones and being recorded and taped, because these women are warned because they are sleeping with the founder of these organizations. And I'm not speaking out according to the organization it is. That's not the way I operate. But I just want to bring to you what we're dealing with as mothers. And then I'm trying to unify the mothers.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Hakuya.
What's going on?
That concludes your time.
That we are suffering. What's going on is that we're hurting.
Thank you, Ms. Hakuya.
What's going on is that we have to come together.
Ma'am, your time's concluded.
That we have to be unified.
We'll need the next speaker, please.
The question of a mother, what's going on? I want you to
Madam
have an
President,
understanding is that
the speaker's time is concluded.
I just want
Thank you very much, Sala.
Ask the question. Ask the question is that
Thank you. We can't let you continue, but we hear you. Thank you.
I just wanted you to understand, and if you don't, I will be back.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, Board. President Breeden, Board. I'm sorry to have to follow something much more personal than this, but I guess this is about a different kind of violence that's being done to every person in all of the 9 counties, which is that of both local air pollution and climate-destroying pollution by the 5 refineries in the East Bay. Speaking in favor of Resolution Number 70, urging the Bay Area Air Quality Management District to put enforceable numeric caps on pollution. The mission of that agency is protecting and improving public health, air quality, and the global climate. And San Francisco is represented on that body by Supervisors Avalos and Marr, as well as Director Raphael from the Department of Environment through the mayor. So there's been a long-standing fight for years on refinery pollution regulations, including greenhouse gases, which is basically putting fence-line communities, environmental justice groups, refinery workers from USW Local Number 5, public health advocates, environmental and climate advocacy groups, and many citizens against Chevron, Shell, Valero, Tesoro, and Phillips 66. And these community groups have fought for years to ensure that criteria and toxic pollutants will decline in the future, and 350 Bay Area's work has ensured that GHGs will decline over time. But frontline communities want emissions to be capped to prevent things from getting worse before they get better. Refinery workers want that. Climate justice advocates want that. Capping emissions is part of preventing an increase. Ultimately, it's a critical part of decreasing to a benchmark that we have all set. If you know you're speeding the opposite direction of your destination, it's best to at least not go farther in that direction faster. Emeryville and Richmond have already passed similar resolutions, which are being considered in towns in all 9 counties, and we would urge your support. Thanks very much.
Thank you kindly. Next speaker, please.
Tom Gilberti. I have my younger sister, Donna, born in the year of the goat, ram, lamb, sheep, in the hour of the horse. Gets along well with my tiger. Both Libras. We enjoy each other's company. She likes being outside. She likes moving around. She's using a walker now, and we only move slowly. A lot of times we meet downtown at the tunnel, Stockton and Sutter, and we roll downhill. This Saturday, 2:30-ish, we're crossing Kearney on Sutter, and all of a sudden we hear a horn and brakes, emergency stopped vehicles, and a car is running the Kearney light, and it stops about 4 feet in front of me, and the car that had the light stopped inches from broadsiding the car, which would have ricocheted into me. I would have not been here I probably would have been in a 24-hour assistant living, full-time medical care. My sister may have been damaged too. It was an Uber driver. $300,000 supposedly is what I heard one time about what they're putting on insurance. I was going to run down what $3 million would do for insurance. $5 million of what the fire company is paying is more like it for being damaged in this country. Next, once upon a time, the pen was mightier than the sword. Right now, we're witnessing the camera is mightier than the gun. And 50 years ago, the Black Panthers were right, and we were seeing it on television. They were protecting their community from the police. This is a major moment for us to change. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gilberti. Madam President, seeing no other speakers, I'll hand it back over to you.
All right. Madam Clerk, can you please go to item number 74 first?
Item 74 is a motion that the Board of Supervisors convene in closed session on July 12, 2016, for the purpose of conferring with or receiving advice from the City Attorney regarding existing litigation relating to the lawsuit filed on March 14, 2013 in San Francisco Superior Court entitled David Zeller versus the City and County of San Francisco.
Okay, and colleagues, I realize that there was a request made for us to continue this item, but I would like to ask that we not continue this item. I think it's important that we go into closed session to have a discussion. I know that there's something being worked out, but I do think we need to have a detailed discussion about this particular item in closed session. So with that, we can go to the other items first, but we should probably pass this item out before we go to the closed session. Or, Madam Clerk, would you recommend we finish with the adoption without reference committee items?
I would, Madam President.
Okay. So with that, we'll skip over the closed session and we will adopt the, before I move forward with that, Supervisor Peskin, you have comments?
No, I'd just like to sever some items.
Okay, so for the adoption, can you please call the adoption without reference to committee items first,
Items
please?
70 through 75 are being considered for immediate adoption without committee reference. A unanimous vote is required for adoption of these resolutions today. Any supervisor may require a resolution to go to committee on first appearance.
Okay, Supervisor Peskin?
Items 71, 72, and 75, please.
Okay, Supervisor Avalos?
Item 70.
Okay, well, I guess since we've already called 74, we might as well go through each item one by one. Madam Clerk, can we start with item 70?
Item 70 is a resolution to urge the Bay Area Air Quality Management District to adopt a refinery emissions reduction rule that includes enforceable numeric limits on refinery-wide emissions of greenhouse gas and particulate matter air pollution.
Supervisor Avalos?
Thank you. Colleagues, along with Supervisor Eric Marr, who's the chair of the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, and Debbie Raphael, who is our director of the Department of the Environment. I serve on the Air District. And we have been working now for 4 years to look at caps on emissions at refineries, both toxic emissions and greenhouse gas emissions. And we stepped up this effort ever since there was the Richmond fire in August of 2012. That fire, as you may recall, sent 15,000 people to local hospitals seeking medical care. And in the fall of that year, the Air District talked about putting caps or regulating emissions so that we would not see increases in output of these refineries. And since that time, we also passed resolutions to set limit outputs of greenhouse gas emissions at these refineries as well. So we're looking both at climate change and environmental justice. So climate justice and environmental justice is what this resolution is about. The Air District has proposed three strategies other than setting numeric caps on these refineries. They proposed an efficiency standard that would set a certain ratio to what the throughput of these refineries would be. So if they increase throughput, they could perhaps increase their emissions, which doesn't necessarily set a cap. They've also looked at providing new technology that doesn't quite exist yet, the best available retrofit control technology that would limit emissions as well, but that still is not quite available. And they're looking at limiting methane gas as well. Methane has short-term impact if we're able to take out methane from the emissions. But numeric caps have not been put in place. There's been a labor and community effort that also involves workers at the refineries, CNA. It involves scientists and communities from the Bay Area, including communities of color, organizations like APEN, the Asian Pacific Environmental Network, Communities for a Better Environment, and many of the fence line communities around the Bay Area, 350.org, the Sunbelt Alliance, and many, many others are proposing this numeric caps on emissions. And heretofore, we've been just pushed back over and over and over again by staff of the Air District, and we're not imposing these measures. That would have a huge impact on the air quality of communities, especially close to the refineries when it comes to toxic emissions. So it's an environmental justice issue, and the whole entire planet as we seek to limit greenhouse gas output from these refineries so that we have a climate justice component as well. So, colleagues, I would love to have your support on this measure and that we don't have to continue it. The refineries, as we know, are some of the world's wealthiest corporations, and we're representing here communities in the Bay Area who don't have a lot of money to fight these corporations. We saw what happened in 2014. Chevron put forward millions of dollars to defeat community members who were seeking election at the city council in Richmond, and they lost. So let's align with the people who also in Richmond, California, passed a similar resolution and passed one here too. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Marr.
Thank you, President Breed. I wanted to thank the coalition that Jed Holtzman just mentioned and Supervisor Avalos did as well for many years advancing key policy changes and improvements. But this is one of the last pieces of efforts that many of our frontline communities, from APEN to Communities for a Better Environment and climate justice folks like CBE or like 350.org and 350 Bay Area and the Sunflower Alliance. I wanted to say that as the chair of the Bay Area Air Quality Management District, that's a 61-year-old entity that's cleaned the air, worked on environmental justice issues, but now challenged with climate protection and climate justice issues, as Supervisor Avalos mentioned, that it's important that San Francisco follow the lead of Richmond, California, Emeryville, and many other jurisdictions that are really looking at cutting greenhouse gases as a key part not only of a sustainable future, but also protecting the frontline communities from the many refineries. I think there's 5 or 6 from Contra Costa County to Solano County that we have to regulate. It's a 8 million person Bay Area, 9 counties, 101 cities that we represent as the Air District Board. I wanted to say it's 24 of us, though, that have to vote on these issues. The staff are looked at nationally as amazing leaders, but I know the push has to come from the grassroots and environmental justice and environmental climate change communities to really get the staff to take even more bold approaches. There are some legal debates going on internally within our body as well, but I support this resolution and Supervisor Avalos' leadership to push as strongly as possible to cap emissions from the refineries, cut greenhouse gases so that San Francisco and the whole Bay Area can be a model. One of the issues is a whack-a-mole of San Francisco passing strong policies and the claim that other jurisdictions will continue in their greenhouse gas emissions. But I think that if San Francisco supports this just transition approach that looks at the conditions of safety for workers, but also safety of frontline communities around not only the refineries, but the crude by rail lines as well, that if it's a just transition model like other regional areas are looking at, that we can have a impact around the country as well. I'm supportive of the community worker proposal and this effort to have it analyzed side by side with the other proposals. The danger of dirtier crude coming through all of our communities is critical. I'm not sure if Supervisor Avalos' staff or we're going to take our fourth walk of looking at refineries in the Rodeo area to Point Richmond. It's called a Refinery Healing Walk with Idle No More, one of the Indigenous Environmental Network, Indigenous Peoples organizations, and it's going to be this coming Saturday at 9:30, leaving from Rodeo, walking, I believe it's 13 miles in some of the most polluted areas for low-income communities of color in the region, and we're walking for clean air, soil, water, and safe jobs and a healthy environment in future generations for all of us. So I applaud Supervisor Avalos and the coalition and strongly support this as chair of the Bay Area Air Quality Management District.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Madam Clerk, on item 70, can you please call the roll?
Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell.
Aye.
Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, aye. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
Aye.
Peskin, aye. Supervisor Tang.
Aye.
Tang, aye. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee. Yee, aye. Supervisor Avalos.
Aye.
Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
Aye.
Breed, aye. Supervisor Campos.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 11 ayes.
The resolution is adopted unanimously. Please call item 71.
Item 71, resolution to affirm that the Board of Supervisors will not approve policies or submit ballot measures that underfund or otherwise undermine the ability of the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing to successfully implement a housing first and public health approach to addressing homelessness.
Supervisor Peskin?
Thank you, Madam President. Colleagues, homelessness has been an issue in this city and county and in this state and this nation for many decades, as we have read in many publications last month and this month. It has been a remarkably vexing issue under many mayors and many boards of supervisors. We have all unanimously supported our Chief Executive, Mayor Lee, in creating a new Department of Homelessness to abolish the siloization that exists between departments and bring them all under one roof in a, I think, very difficult, very torturous experiment that I think we all want to succeed. And I think that there is widespread agreement that the mayor's selection of this new department, Mr. Jeff Kozycki, who is here to my right, was the right selection. Beautiful picture there in SF Magazine, Mr. Kozycki, and he comes through a history that is known to us at the Community Housing Partnership, CHP, an organization that has been on the ground floor of dealing with housing and homelessness at Hamilton Family Center and now at this new nascent department. And I know that we all share the desire that Mr. Kozycki succeed. And we all are under immense pressure to deal with the vexing issue of homelessness in our city. And I think we are all coming from a very good place. It's also a political issue, and I heed the admonition of President Breed that we have an imperative to reduce things, or the number of measures on the ballot. I am asking all of us to take a pledge. It's a simple pledge. It is a pledge to let Mr. Kozycki do his JOB, at least for a little while, at least for a little while. And I would like to be policy consistent on this. Indeed, when Supervisor Campos, coming from a good place with good policy, put forth Navigation Center legislation, I was one of the supervisors who said, hey, why don't we take a little time out? Why don't we consult with the new director of the department? The process that we all go through relative to use of the ballot, I honor and I respect that. Sometimes it is about gamesmanship. It has been used to catalyze our preeminent duty, which is to pass legislation in these chambers, in this room. That is our number one duty. One goes to the ballot to raise a tax, for only the voters can raise a tax. One goes to the ballot if one wants to change the charter, for only the voters can change the charter. But ordinances are the job of this body to complete in these chambers. But I, too, have fallen victim to the game of competing ballot measures. And I realize that albeit I believe that the policy set forth in the ballot measure that I introduced and worked with community stakeholders on is laudable, I too have made the mistake of not consulting with our incoming new director. I too have made the mistake of undermining his success. And so I want us today to take a pledge, and I have an amendment to this resolution, because we are the oversight body, we are the legislative branch, and if Mr. Kozycki needs some help and we need to legislate, we should do that in the future. So I'm asking for a simple thing. Can we, for 1 year, and I would like to amend this simple 2-page resolution in 2 places. In the first resolved, I'd like to insert that for at least 1 year, the board shall not approve additional laws or policies that will underfund or otherwise undermine the ability of the Department of Homelessness and Supportive Housing. I'd like to add similar language in the first further resolved, that the board pledges that for at least 1 year, we not place ballot measures before the voters that will further hamper the ability of the new director to succeed in his job. I understand that the politics of homelessness, indeed our budget and legislative analyst has now shown us that 23 laws cost us $20 million a year in quality of life enforcement. But I want to hear from our director, Mr. Kozycki, what he thinks about these well-intended measures. And I want to be the first person to stand up and say that I have realized that this is not the proper place to do it. It's not the ballot. And I want to be the first person to stand up and unilaterally say that I have learned from my mistake and I am withdrawing the ballot measure that has been submitted to the voters. I do not believe it should go before the voters. I believe that we should deal with tent encampment legislation in these chambers. And with that, Mr. Kozycki, I would like your advice, your counsel, and your wisdom relative to the measures that have been proposed by members of this body for the voters to vote for come November.
Excuse me, Mr. Peskin, Supervisor Peskin, before we move on to Mr. Kozinski.
No, that was the bomber. It's Kozycki.
If I butcher, before we move on to Mr. Jeff until I can pronounce his last name, you said for 1 year, but there isn't an election next year in 2017, so what's the point? I'm trying to understand that.
Actually, that's a very good point, Madam President. As to the first resolved, that would be a year, and if there is no election or special election in 2017, you are right that under the operation of law, there is no election scheduled until June of 2018. But I would just, as a symbolic matter, like to take a pledge that for 1 year we will let the incoming director succeed and not interfere unless he wants legislation from this body, in which case let us all unanimously give him the tools that he needs and deserves.
So you're saying that in addition to all of the homeless stuff that probably needs to come off the ballot, there's also other measures that we should be looking at to remove so that we don't have a lengthy ballot that most people will probably just...
Madam President, while that is not the issue before us, we are in agreement on that.
Okay, I just thought I'd throw that in there. Mr. Jeff, until I can pronounce your last name.
Thank you, President Breed, and thank you, Supervisor Peskin, for your words of confidence. As to your question about the various measures that are on the ballots, I have a few things I'd like to say. First of all, that if the voters or the mayor or the Board of Supervisors direct the new department to address tents or encampments in a specific manner, we will certainly do our best to comply with whatever ballot measure or ordinance that is passed. In the meantime, we're focusing on building a department whose mission is to prevent and end homelessness for as many people as possible, and I do strongly believe that the more flexibility we have, the greater opportunity for success. However, I don't care to comment on any proposed ballot measures or ordinances, and one of the things that you all could do to help me is to actually not draw me into political conversations about a policy-related issue. I've known all 11 of you for quite some time and respect all of you deeply, and believe, again, that the more flexibility that our department has, the greater the opportunity we're going to be successful, and that politicizing the issue of homelessness is going to make it more difficult. I do feel that it's critical that the Board of Supervisors focus on approving the sales tax that will generate $50 million a year to address homelessness. The city, the narrative that I often hear is that the city spends nearly $250 million trying to address homelessness and that we have not been very successful at it. I strongly disagree with that narrative. The city currently spends less than 3% of its budget on the number one problem facing our community. We have been relatively successful. We've been successful in many different areas. However, without more revenue available to address the problem, without further investments, we're not going to be able to have the impact that I think most San Franciscans want to see.
Okay, Supervisor Peskin, is there anything else?
Madam President, I just wanted to read one paragraph out of this article from San Francisco Magazine, and it reads as follows. To succeed, Kozycki will need a lot of help from his new 109-employee workforce, who will be asked to blend together harmoniously, from a constellation of city departments that will need to set aside their territorial natures and operate collectively, and from a battalion of politically influential nonprofit organizations that will be mandated to prove their efficacy through quantifiable data. He'll have to do all of this while coping with shrinking state and federal funding, soaring housing costs, and near constant second-guessing and politicking by the city's perpetually warring tribes, the mayor's office, the Board of Supervisors, labor unions, homeless advocates, neighborhood groups, and God knows who else. It's a very good paragraph by Joe Eskenazi in the San Francisco Magazine that's on the stands right now. Let this warring tribe not get in Mr. Kozycki's way.
Okay.
For at least 1 year.
Okay, Supervisor Peskin. Supervisor Wiener.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The only pledge I'm prepared to take today has to do with Pokemon, and you can ask Supervisor Kim what that has to do with if you're confused. So we've already made that pledge. Seriously, we all have responsibilities and powers as legislators to introduce and pass legislation, to vote to place matters on the ballot, as for supervisors or as one mayor. And there are many members of this body, both now and 10 or 15 years ago, who exercise that authority based on their prerogative as elected officials, as representatives of the people. And I understand that there are people who want, say, the tent measure to be on the ballot or not be on the ballot. I happen to think that what's most important is that we pass a sales tax and generate $50 million a year for permanent exits from homelessness. And so I will break my Pokemon rule and say I'm pledging that I'm going to support that $50 million a year to actually get homeless people off the streets into housing. But I just, for us to basically abdicate our legislative responsibility to exercise judgment on a situation-by-situation basis for a year and to adopt a vague resolution that says we can't interfere with a department when that is certainly in the eye of the beholder in terms of what undermines or doesn't undermine the department, and to agree to that in this very, very vague way. This resolution does have a reference to the BLA report talking about so-called quality of life enforcement. So I think this really insinuates that our police department should not be enforcing the law. I don't agree with that. I think the law should be enforced, and we need to work very hard to get people off the streets and into housing, because the situation on our streets is completely unacceptable, both for the people living and deteriorating on our streets, as well as for surrounding neighborhoods. I don't think that this resolution is the way to go. I don't think it's productive, and Madam President, I request that this be sent to committee.
Thank you. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to thank...
Point of order, I just requested that it be sent to committee.
Okay. But there are other people who want to speak too. So we can send it to committee for sure, and then we can continue the dialogue.
I don't think we can close debate on your sending committee.
Supervisor Weiner?
If I don't have a problem with anyone saying anything they need to say, but
you got to say your thing first too.
I just want to make sure that doesn't waive my prerogative to send this to committee.
Yes.
I made that request.
Thank you. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. It was heard loud and clear.
Supervisor Avalos, I got this. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm ready to go. So I want to welcome Jeff Kaczynski to our new department on homelessness and supportive housing. And to me, it was a really, really great decision to bring him in. And it was one that actually was a decision that I really believe united us all together on how we could combat this intractable issue that affects everyone in the city and affects most of all people who are homeless and living on our streets. And before Mr. Kaczynski was appointed into his position, I was looking at the encampment issue. I introduced something and request for legislation to be drafted. I got the idea from working with the Coalition on Homelessness, who I have worked with for 20 years here in San Francisco before I was on the board, a lot of collaboration with them. And I realized that what they had given me was, the structure of legislation, but not exactly what I was expecting to be putting through into introduction. And then when I introduced it, said I was going to be doing the legislation, there was alarm that happened. I recall talking to Ms. Wheaton, and she seemed really alarmed about this going forward. I said, look, I'm trying to do this collaboratively. I want to make sure that I'm not trying to politicize this issue, but there are real concerns about how we move encampments and people from encampments into housing, that we can do it much more humanely than we have done as a city. I did not say that the mayor had done it in an inhumane way earlier this spring when I introduced. And then when Mr. Kaczynski was appointed, I actually said, you know what? I'm going to make sure that he has input on this. I'm going to make sure that we're bringing him together with a coalition on homelessness. I'm not going to ram this through, to try and politicize this issue. We need to actually come together to figure out how we're going to resolve this issue and not politicize it. And so I gave him time. And I actually told them that I'm not going to be moving this forward. I'm not, I don't want to pollute the water right now as we're trying, as our city is coming together to address homelessness. And then we had, Mr. Kaczynski is going to need some revenue and support for doing his work, because we know we don't have all the resources that we need to move people from homelessness into housing. And I actually was supportive of a measure to do that. Prior to actually being supportive of a measure that could go to the ballot, and I hope it does, I have been every year asking this board to commit more funds for supportive housing. Every year I've come forward with the idea of actually suspending what we deposit into our budget stabilization reserve so we can actually have more money to go to housing. And every year I get rejected by the board. And so there are lots of different ways that we can actually use our money to meet across crisis, and we have chosen not to do. Instead, we're looking at going to the ballot to move forward. I have serious reservations about how we've put forward wedge issue ballot measures that do nothing more than just to give the appearance that we are doing something about homelessness by increasing police action when that police action is already occurring, and everything on the book says that encampments do not belong on our sidewalks. So up until these measures were submitted on the last day to submit with 4 signatures, we were doing really good as a city. We had actually shifted from that divisive way that we talked about homelessness to one where we're actually being collaborative. We're actually working together. That was all thrown away. And people who are on this board who actually looked like they were appearing as a uniter around this issue suddenly lost that reputation. Well, we can have it back. It's up to the people of San Francisco that we bring back our collaborative support for the people who are most marginalized, for the people who have suffered so much abuse in their lives to be on our streets, to the people who have no place to live. It just stuns me that after all of this work that we've done to cooperate together, that we put these measures at the very last hour down the Department of Elections to get some kind of advantage out of the November election. Well, shame on us for doing that. And we all can work together to drop our measures and move forward and give Mr. Kaczynski what he needs to work out his incredible tasks that needs all of us to support him in that. And the best thing we can do is take the politicization out of the November ballot and work together on approving money for his budget.
Thank you, Supervisor Avalos. Supervisor Marr.
Thank you. Let me try to be brief. I think it's refreshing to have a social worker like Supervisor Avalos on this board that understands systems and how we have a choice between a public health and housing first approach to addressing the root causes of homelessness and homeless people's struggles versus a dehumanizing heavily law enforcement approach that focuses matrix-like from the Giuliani days to earlier days from San Francisco as cracking down and pushing people out without addressing the root causes or their needs. I did want to say that I mentioned social workers because Art Agnos, our former mayor, was a social worker, and with Bob Prentice and Paul Bowden from the Coalition on Homelessness developed the Beyond Shelters plan and other efforts that we build off of through the new office. I totally support this resolution and would pledge not to place any ballot measures that contradict the approach that our city and our new Office of Homelessness and Supportive Housing is taking. And I think this is an appropriate type of resolution that we should be supporting. The big debate of approaches and ballot measures to me is important, but I choose the social work side that addresses root causes and people's needs and not the crackdown approach, matrix-like approach that I think is coming forward from others on this body and forces in our communities. So I'm supportive of this, though I know it will go to committee for further discussion.
Thank you, Supervisor Marr. Supervisor Farrell.
Thank you, President Breed. Colleagues, first of all, I appreciate Supervisor Peskin's intent here with these amendments, the original resolution itself as well. Of course, like Supervisor Peskin's ballot measure, I know the idea of this pledge actually came from advocates who are running the halls here today. No one in this chamber has a monopoly on ideas in terms of what is right and what is wrong. We all obviously have a very different set of opinions on a variety of issues, and I think that is healthy.
That pledge came from my own
Supervisor Peskin, you're out of order.
I also think it's very easy, and that is Supervisor Peskin's obvious choice to withdraw his measure. Quite frankly, I think it's a lot easier when the measure is, in my opinion, full of flaws and would have created an exacerbated issue around tenant encampments here in San Francisco had it gone to the ballot or let alone been passed. From my perspective, these pledges, these are gimmicks, whether we're done in campaign settings or we're done in the board chambers, they don't mean a thing. They're done by, at times, when people want to distract from the issue at hand. I believe that we have a duty to push forth policies that we believe in here at the Board of Supervisors. As Supervisor Wiener mentioned, I do not feel comfortable and will not abdicate my responsibilities as a supervisor to push forward policies, whether in the board chambers or the ballot, that I believe are important for the city of San Francisco. Given that we have 3 pieces of legislation around tent encampments, obviously there's a disparity in terms of the different ideas on how to handle this situation. And inherently, because we are putting forward, we have to deal with legislation on this issue, this becomes political. No one is politicizing it unnecessarily. This is an issue because it's dealt with through legislation that anybody would characterize as politics. And I don't think we should shy away from that. You know, from a policy perspective, and I don't want to debate my colleagues, we can do it today if you'd like, about questioning police states, or a matrix-like approach. You know, I think the discussion, quite frankly, that about Mayor Agnos and applauding, you know, his efforts around what was Camp Agnos at the time here in San Francisco just highlights the fact that I don't think an appropriate, from my perspective, policy is going to get through the Board of Supervisors. You know, I will say this, though. This entire discussion is around one part of homelessness, and what we are doing, what people are doing here at this board is losing sight that we need to focus on homelessness as a whole. Encampments are a portion of it. And they deal with homeless individuals in these encampments, but it's a portion of our larger issue. And I will be honest, what has made me sick over the last few weeks since I originally introduced my measure from a policy perspective and for policy reasons has been the response has been nothing but 100% political. Questioning motives, attacking motives, wedge issue. That's not why we do this. We do this from a policy perspective. And I appreciate that at this time in this issue, my colleagues, some colleagues, think that a collaborative approach is best. I welcome collaborative approaches, but I don't think the status quo on our streets is okay. I do believe we need to legislate. I do believe we need to work collaboratively. I will also say there was no one more happy than I was that Jeff Kaczynski was named the director of this department. I've had the good fortune of working with Jeff for a number of years on issues, certainly his budget share, around other issues around homelessness. I believe he is a great leader with Hamilton outside of City Hall. I believe he will be a great leader inside of City Hall. But that does not mean that we should shirk our duties here at the Board of Supervisors, not have an opinion about items. Again, I will happy to say my further comments, but I will not be supporting these amendments when they come back forward to the Board of Supervisors. I think pledges are a gimmick and simply a bad idea, and I look forward to the further discussion. But I think what we cannot do, and what has also made me sick, is this discussion around people are willing to threaten funding for homeless housing because they don't like a tent encampment measure. That is swapping apples for oranges. And you talk about playing gimmicks with the most vulnerable here in the city of San Francisco? Threatening to take away over $1 billion of funding over the next 25 years for our homeless population that is fully in support of them because they don't like a single measure coming from some people on this Board of Supervisors, to me is wholly irresponsible. And I think absolutely needs to be called to the mat. And we can't stand for that here at the Board of Supervisors. And the city of San Francisco and the residents of our city should not stand for that as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Farrell. Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. So I rise to do 3 things. One is to set the record straight, and that is that whether one considers it to be a gimmick or not, this was not a function of any advocate, individual, or organization. This, whether one likes it or not, was an idea that I had that was my idea, which, whether you like it or not, was my idea. Thing number 2 is something that I addressed earlier, and actually that the Chronicle editorialized about, and that is we don't need to go to the ballot if we can legislate something here. We have shown today, relative to the Affordable Housing Density Bonus Program, that we can do our jobs in these chambers. You only need to go to the ballot to change the charter or raise a tax. The ballot can legitimately be used as the court of last resort, where if something fails in these chambers, or the mayor vetoes something that came from these chambers, we can go to the electorate. But first, let us succeed or fail here in collaboration with one another, in collaboration with advocates, with experts, with the new department head, with the administration. I don't think that's too much to ask. I don't think that's a gimmick. But I rise to, if Supervisor Wiener will let me, to introduce formally and move the two amendments. The first one at line 5, in the first resolved that the Board of Supervisors pledges, insert, that for at least 1 year it shall not remove the word to. And in the first further resolved at line 9, further resolved that the Board of Supervisors pledges, insert, that for at least 1 year not place ballot measures before the voters. And I would like to make that amendment before this is sent off to committee.
Okay, Supervisor Wiener, would that be okay? Okay, so with that, is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Avalos. Colleagues, can we take the amendments without objection? Without objection, the amendments pass. Anything else, Supervisor Peskin? Thank you. Supervisor Avalos?
I'll go after Supervisor Wiener.
Supervisor Wiener?
Thank you. I agree with Supervisor Peskin that if there is a way to do things at City Hall and not go to the ballot, that's a good thing. And we've seen that already in action, and one hopes that there will be more of that around ADUs, around various issues that are slated to go to the ballot, but that we can pull back. And we have another, I think, 3 weeks to try to figure things out, and we either can or we can't. And we should do that exactly the same way that happened with affordable housing density bonus, where there were conversations and a resolution was reached. And that's not to say that a resolution will always be reached, but you can take a run at it. And that's how we should do it, rather than passing some vague resolution to say we're going to constrain ourselves from going to the ballot, even if the Board of Supervisors, there's no way will actually pass it or anything like it. So this just isn't the best way to do it. I understand why Supervisor Peskin introduced this. It definitely, it's always important to have these discussions about what goes on the ballot and what doesn't go on the ballot. And of course, we all want this new department to succeed, and I know we're all going to work very hard to make sure it succeeds.
Thank you, Supervisor Wiener. Supervisor Avalos.
Thank you. It's really funny to hear just the rhetorical loop-de-loops that people are making on this. We're talking about collaboration, and we're talking about not collaboration. We've been collaborating up until we started to get divisive on putting these measures forward. I rarely actually agree with, well, maybe half the time I might agree with the opinions of the Chronicle. The Chronicle saying that we're abdicating our responsibility. That's exactly what we've been doing. We've been collaborating up until the moment when we put these measures forward, and then we're certainly abdicating our responsibility, because we have all the ability to do everything we were on the track to do, to work with Kaczynski, to work with community, to work with each other, to work with the mayor's office, to actually deal with encampments. And I was pulling my measures back. Instead, what we have is that we let sanctimony rule. Well, sanctimony is the second to last refuge of scoundrels. And it's not, sanctimony itself is not going to fix our streets. So to talk about threatening funding, we're threatening funding by putting forward a matrix-style program that we know is not going to work. Why advance new ways of doing business when we want to put old ways in place? We were doing really well up until we started to think that we can actually gain some advantage at the ballot when we could have actually resolved things here at the Board of Supervisors. Let's roll the dice and see what happens.
Okay, seeing no other names on the roster, we will send this item to committee as amended. Madam Clerk, please call item number 72.
Item 72 is a resolution to urge the California Public Utilities Commission to adopt new regulations of transportation network companies that would require the same fingerprint-based criminal background checks currently required of traditional taxi cab companies, and supporting the California Public Utilities Commission's solicitation for comment regarding the current method of criminal background checks for transportation network companies.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam
Please
President.
rise.
Thank you, Madam President. I have amendments that I've handed out to all of you that I would like to adopt and then continue this item 1 week. It is my desire to do two things. One is to level the playing field between TNCs and traditional taxi companies, and the other is to recognize Supervisor Kim's 2014 Fair Chance Ordinance. So the amendments attempt to do that. I would like the community and all of you colleagues to have some time to digest those. So I would like to move those amendments and continue this item 1 week.
Supervisor Peskin, can you? I'm sorry, I don't have a copy of the amendments.
Did I not give you a copy of the
copies?
John, if I can hand you. I'm happy to walk you through the amendments throughout reference to live scan has been deleted. Reference to the SF Fair Chance Ordinance has been included, which prohibits consideration of prior conviction history pertaining to any of the following: arrests not leading to conviction, participation in diversion or deferral of judgment programs, expunged convictions, juvenile convictions, convictions more than 7 years old, criminal offenses other than felonies or misdemeanors, convictions that have no bearing on the person's ability to perform the duties of the job in question. So those are the subject of it, but I think if we make those amendments, allow the community to digest those, I think it gets to the points that we heard from speakers at public comment that they raised.
Thank you, Supervisor Peskin, for your proposed amendments. Supervisor Peskin has made a motion to amend. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Marr. Colleagues, can we take the amendments without objection? Without objection, the amendments pass unanimously. Supervisor Cohen.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to inject my voice. Supervisor Peskin, thank you for continuing this item. I think it's important that the legislation or the resolution reflect the comments. I also think it's important that we also accurately recall history, and I also helped Jane Kim pass that 2014 landmark legislation. I realize you weren't here, so.
No, but there were earlier iterations
Supervisor
of that I
Peskin?
was here for.
That's true. There may have been earlier iterations, but we're talking about 2014, baby. And Supervisor Kim and I did that, and we did it with an incredible coalition. It was a beautiful, momentous moment, and important that our citywide legislation be consistent with the resolution that you're putting forward. When I first read it, I was not in a position to support it because I was very concerned that poor people, and particularly people of color, that would be that are often at the bottom would be excluded wrongfully. So I'm grateful to see these amendments. I think we are going in the right direction, and I'm also grateful for Dorsey Nunn's participation in the conversation this evening.
Thank you, and I just want to thank Supervisor Cohen and Supervisor Kim for their leadership on Ban the Box. I was here during that time and happy to support it, and grateful because we are now seeing the impacts of that legislation take on an opportunity to make sure that folks in our city who need a second chance have a second chance at an opportunity to get a decent paying job or to get the housing that they need. Or in particular, Muni just talked about how they've been able to hire a number of drivers who, have made mistakes in their past but are now driving for Muni because their lives have changed. And I think that's what this is all about, and I'm glad that we are not going backwards with this legislation and with these changes. I think, it will help us to move forward in the right direction. So thank you, Supervisor Peskin, for taking that into consideration.
Thank you, Madam President.
With that, Are we asking for a continuance?
Yes, please.
Okay, so the Supervisor Peskin has made a motion to continue to the meeting of July 19, 2016. Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Yee. Colleagues, can we take this without objection? Without objection, this item as amended will be continued to the meeting of July 19, 2016. All righty, moving right along. Madam Clerk, you called item 74. Can you call 73?
Item 73, resolution declaring the results of the June 7th, 2016 consolidated municipal election.
Can we take this item, same house, same call? Without objection, the resolution is adopted unanimously. Can we take item 74, same house, same call? Without objection, the motion is adopted unanimously. Madam Clerk, call item 75.
Item 75 is a motion to call from the Land Use and Transportation Committee pursuant to Board Rule 3.37 the proposed ordinance amending the planning code to allow for the construction of accessory dwelling units, file number 160252.
Supervisor Peskin.
Thank you, Madam President. Not to reiterate my earlier comments, but this is a matter that I believe can be solved in these chambers. The Land Use Committee had a very productive hearing on accessory dwelling unit legislation and took a number of amendments and forwarded that item to the full board for consideration on the 19th. I have spoken with Supervisor Farrell, who has both a legislative version here in the chambers as well as a measure that four of you have tentatively put on the November ballot. I will endeavor to work with Supervisor Farrell in the coming week to see if we can conform our two pieces of legislation, and hopefully we will do our JOB and get this ADU legislation, for which there is widespread support, but a handful of differences, passed in these chambers next Tuesday. And with that, I believe that item 75 is no longer necessary, and I'd like to make a motion to table it.
Supervisor Peskin has made a motion to table, seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Colleagues, can we take this without objection? Without objection, this item will be tabled. All right. Let's go to our closed session. We have taken public comment during our general public comment already, and so public comment has been taken on this particular closed session, and public comment is closed. And so, Madam Clerk, can you please read item number 68?
Yes, Madam President. Given that the approval of item 74 was made, the Board of Supervisors has agreed to convene today, July 12th, in closed session pursuant to the California Government Code Section 54956.9a and the San Francisco Administrative Code Section 67.10d1 for the purpose of conferring with or receiving advice from the City Attorney regarding existing litigation relating to the lawsuit filed on March 14th, 2013 in San Francisco Superior Court entitled David Zeller versus the City of San Francisco, in which the city is a defendant.
Okay. Is there a motion to go into closed session? Moved by Supervisor Campos, seconded by... Nobody's excited about going into closed session, huh? Seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Without objection, the motion passes. And we will now adjourn into closed session.
SF Gov TV, San Francisco Government Television.
Well, but what's that do to Campos? Because he's married to one. So he's like 1.5.
Okay, we are now back in open session, the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. And colleagues, is there a motion not to disclose what was discussed in closed session? Moved by Supervisor Campos, seconded by Supervisor Farrell. Colleagues, can we take that without objection? Without objection, we will not disclose what was discussed in closed session. Madam Clerk, please call item number 69.
Item 69 is from the Government Audit and Oversight Committee with the recommendation of do not pass. It's an ordinance authorizing settlement of the lawsuit filed by David Zeller against the City and County of San Francisco for $900,000. The lawsuit was filed on March 14th in San Francisco Superior Court, entitled David Zeller versus San Francisco General Hospital. The lawsuit involves alleged medical malpractice.
Supervisor Campos?
I think this could be a sign of a new realignment here at the Board of Supervisors, but I make a motion to continue item 69 for 1 week.
Supervisor Campos has made a motion to continue item 69 for 1 week to the meeting of July 19, 2016. It's seconded by Supervisor Wiener. And thank you, Supervisor Campos. I just want to let you know that I will not be supporting the motion to continue. I'm prepared to move forward and take the recommendation of our Deputy City Attorney and reject this particular item. But with that, I will see no other names on the roster. Madam Clerk, on item 69, the motion to continue, can you please call the roll?
Before doing so, Madam President, I'll just state that no action was taken in the closed session, number one, and for Supervisor Campos' motion to continue, is there a second?
Yes.
There was a second by Supervisor Wiener.
Wiener, thank you very much. On that motion, Supervisor Cohen. Cohen, aye. Supervisor Farrell. Farrell, aye. Supervisor Kim. Kim, no. Supervisor Marr.
Aye.
Marr, aye. Supervisor Peskin.
No.
Peskin, no. Supervisor Tang.
No.
Tang, no. Supervisor Wiener.
Aye.
Wiener, aye. Supervisor Yee.
No.
Yee, no. Supervisor Avalos. Avalos, aye. Supervisor Breed.
No.
Breed, no. Supervisor Campos.
Oh.
Aye.
Campos, aye. There are 6 ayes and 5 noes with Supervisors Kim, Peskin, Tang, Yee, and Breed in the dissent.
What did you say there were, Madam Clerk?
There were 6 ayes and 5 noes.
6. Oh, man. Okay, the motion to continue passes.
Now you know who David Chu felt.
Okay, Madam Clerk, can you please read the in memoriams?
Today's meeting will be adjourned in memory of the following beloved individuals. On behalf of Supervisor Peskin, for the late Mr. Cliff Wong. On behalf of President Breed, for the late Miss Dorothy Terry Whitfield, the young Violet Feldman, and Mr. Fred M. Cook.
All right, colleagues, that brings us to the end of our agenda. Is there any other business before us today?
Madam President, that concludes our business for today.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great day. We are adjourned.